All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're having a wonderful morning. It is February 13th, 2026, and we got an interesting day ahead. Yesterday, you had another bout of peak fear, people freaking out. It's actually kind of funny. I got a couple of things to share with you, but we got the CPI data. This was our final set of big economic data that we're going to get this month. Now it's going to be about NVIDIA earnings and getting ready for March. I know, it's kind of surprising, but at the end of the day, that data came in a little bit better. Actually, kind of surprising. I thought it was going to come in a little hotter, if anything. So you got some things working in your favor, but the real question now is whether or not this is all going to broaden out. And I'm talking about all of the crazy fear that you've been seeing. So, Chadadonia, happy Friday the 13th. Hot dog. But what's up, baby? Good morning. I thought everybody should wake up this morning. I said it's gonna be a good day, baby. I think we should make it a good day. I think the Lord is with you, bro. What up, Swaffy? What up, AP? You're right. Oscar, Jacobin, Legal, Mr. Mullen, Divarian, 5.5 years. I need to get y'all the badge, bro. I'm gonna do that today, bro. I'm just actually though.
Yesterday,
Tim, Danny, Legal, hello.
Peak fear.
There it is. I need some adjusted good mornings, baby. What up? What up, Nate? What up, Lucky Soldier? What up, Gus Gonzo, Hayden, Edge, Mr. Mullen, Opinion, John Work, Farrah, Rivernator, Legal in the house. Good morning, baby. What up, Randall? What up, Sal? How you doing, EB? Are you ready, Farmer Jim? Dan the man, hey, Battleborn, I heard it's going to be a good day. Mr. Avocado, I heard it's going to be a good day. Anzo, it's a good day. Anthony, Tuton, Mr. Tim Whitman. Oh, yeah, I opened it up for everybody. I think y'all need some news on Friday. We have a lot to talk about. Again, it's either going to be very exciting or you might get to experience what you saw last Friday. So get ready for all of it, Chad. Head on a swivel. We got a lot of things to talk about, but I have your news for you, so please don't let me delay. Here is Josh AI with the news. Good morning.
Corporate Applied Materials guides revenue above expectations, cites strong demand for DRAM equipment from AI chip clients, Reuters. Airbnb reports strong Q4 bookings and upbeat revenue outlook driven by travel demand, new flexible payment options, CNBC. Memory chip shortage squeezing consumer tech will lead to higher prices, reduced profit margins, Link. IBM to triple entry-level roles in 2026, covering wide range of departments, Bloomberg. NVIDIA to lease data center funded from $3.8 billion junk bond sale, Bloomberg. OpenAI claims DeepSeek trained R1 by using distillation techniques that free ride on U.S. models, Bloomberg. DraftKings shares decline in extended trading after issuing pessimistic 2026 sales and profit forecast, Bloomberg. Expedia's Q4 revenue surges at fastest rate in 3 years, driven by strong U.S. travel demand, Bloomberg. Instacart provides strong 2026 outlook, beating estimates and indicating ongoing demand for grocery delivery, Bloomberg. Pinterest shares drop as revenue growth slows. Advertiser pullback impacts Q4 earnings outlook, CNBC. Coinbase reports quarterly loss in Q4 as tough crypto market conditions lead to 45% decline in Bitcoin, investing.com. Detroit automakers face $50 billion loss as EV bubble bursts, Link. Rivian shares higher in after-hours trading following better-than-expected Q4 results, R2 SUV to launch in Q2, Reuters. Tariffs deal $13.7 billion blow to Japan automakers, earnings from April to December, 30% of operating income, Nikkei. Elliott advises against tendering Toyota Industries shares at current terms, urging other shareholders to reconsider, Reuters. Nissan Motor sees deceleration in FY operating losses as turnaround efforts appear, Reuters. Markets, U.S. trade policies prompt a new world order as investors favor international assets over the dollar, Bloomberg, Link. Wall Street hunts for next impacts of AI on white-collar jobs, FT. Recent weakness, uncertainty deflating optimism about U.S. IPO market, Bloomberg. AI disruption fears underline appeal of Asian tech hardware producers with strong pricing power, Bloomberg. IG bond funds netted $4.3 billion in week ending Wednesday after January saw highest monthly inflow in 5 years, Bloomberg. JP Morgan strategists advise selling 2-year treasuries due to resilient growth outlook. Bloomberg. B of A says Warsh's proposal for new Treasury-Fed accord to have only minimal market impact. Bloomberg. Yen poised for best week in 15 months following Takeichi's election win. Reuters. Trade/tariffs. Trump admin works on plan to reduce some steel and aluminum tariffs, citing consumer price impacts on goods. FT. Bloomberg. U.S. Taiwan finalized trade pact that cuts tariff rate to 15% from 20%. Taipei to increase American purchase commitments. FT. Reuters. U.S. unveils guidance for clean energy tax credits that bans use of material from China and other adversaries. Reuters. Bloomberg. White House halts several China tech restrictions ahead of Trump-Xi summit, may revive them if relations sour. Reuters. Significant gap remains between U.S. and Japan on initial projects under $550 billion investment proposal. Bloomberg. Reuters. Central bank's PBOC emphasis on overnight money market rates sparks speculation about shifting primary policy target. Bloomberg. BOJ's Tamura sees good chance of achieving inflation target as early as spring. Reuters. ECB's Kazaks says the central bank has yet to see full impact of euro appreciation. Bloomberg. Washington. Trump pressures House GOP to support his tariff agenda ahead of midterms amid voter discontent over living costs. Bloomberg. Saturday shutdown of DHS is likely inevitable after Senate failed to advance a funding bill. Bloomberg. Major housing bill strains relations between White House and congressional Republicans as Trump pushes investor ban. Politico. Federal judge temporarily halts Trump's $600 million public health grant cuts in 4 Democratic-led states. New York Times. Geopolitics. Pentagon dispatches USS Gerald R. Ford aircraft carrier to the Middle East amid heightened tensions with Iran. NY Times. U.S. lawmakers urge Taiwan to advance defense spending amid increased threats from China. Reuters. Economy. Japan PM advisor says government may not need reflationists for central bank board seats as economy exits deflation. Reuters. Taiwan set to raise 2026 growth outlook on trade deal and AI growth. Bloomberg. Swiss inflation remained just above zero in January, limiting pressure on SNB to consider negative interest rates. Bloomberg. China new home prices maintain pace of declines. Reuters. State-owned firms buy up foreclosed properties. Reuters. China urged to loosen capital controls to take advantage of dollar weakness and enhance yuan's international appeal. Bloomberg. China's credit expansion in January exceeds expectations, driven by strong government bond sales, seasonal financing activities. Bloomberg. Chinese banks report decreased FX conversions to yuan in January amid slower currency appreciation. Bloomberg. China smartphone sales down 23% year over year in January, according to research body Reuters.
Research bodies Reuters. There's more, my friends. There is more. Good morning. S&P futures, they are flat in Friday morning trading, coming off the worst pre-market levels after U.S. equities were pressured on Thursday, with the S&P down over 1.5, falling for a third consecutive session. Software stocks among the big decliners, while Mag 7 also underperform. Trucking, logistics, CRE brokers, PE banks, some other big decliners. Defensives outperform, with both utilities and consumer staples up over 1%. Treasuries firmer with the curve flattening after today's softer headline CPI reading. Short end is down by 4 to 5 basis points. Dollar is up by 0.1. Gold is up by 1. Silver up 4. Bitcoin up 2.9, though still lower week today, and WTI is up by 0.2. Market working to stabilize today, more focus on cooler than expected January headline CPI coming on the heels of a much stronger payrolls report on Wednesday. Also focus on some better takeaways from notable tech reporters after the close on Thursday, including AMAT and ANET, as well as tariff relief with the Financial Times report. Trump planning to scale back some of the levies on steel and aluminum as part of a bigger, broader affordability push. Bigger developments as of late have been the shift in AI narrative to a broader market headwind via a combination of big tech underperformance, capex scrutiny, free cash flow, and an unrelenting disruption trade that is at times lacked any specific catalyst and has largely failed to elicit much of the defense buy the dip interest. Also, some concerns still stretch CTA long positioning, particularly following a breach of the short-term thresholds, including the 50-day moving average on the SPY. Headline CPI is up by 0.2, a bit cooler than expected for December, which was also cooled by consensus. which was also the consensus, helped by lower energy prices. Core CPI is up by 0.3 in line with consensus and prior month paid. Report largely in line with expectations. Had been some concerns about upside risk from residual seasonality. Nothing else on the economic calendar today. Looking ahead to next week, fairly quiet on the economic calendar with Empire Manufacturing and Housing Market Index on Tuesday. Housing starts and building permits, durable goods orders, industrial production, and Fed minutes on Wednesday. Trade balance claims, Philly Fed, and pending home sales on Thursday, and then PCE and flash PMIs on Friday. AMET, strong beat, guidance of 20% growth for semiconductor equipment in 26. ANET takeaways focused on 5% guidance raise to 25% growth. Airbnb boosted by gross booking strength and EBITDA margin. Expedia takeaways largely positive through 2026. Top line guide flagged as potentially underwhelming. Toast stronger, Q4 overshadowed by softer 26 EBITDA. Cart boosted 14% GTV growth. Pins missed on the most Q4 metrics and guided Q1 well below. Myrna beat with full year revenue ahead of the street. Bros up big on 350 basis point comp growth beat. DraftKings pressured by 2026 guide. Coin missed on soft crypto backdrop, but street positive on profitability. IR takeaways focused on Q4 beat, good order. Rivian boosted by better GM performance and guidance of on-track R2. AAP results topped a high bar into print. Wendy's comps and guidance missed. SEI up big on rental agreement, and TPH to be acquired for $4.5 billion. Oh, wow, Chatatonia. Oh, wow. Did you hear this? Oh my goodness. You still have a market moving. Please hold. So Rivian, they're the leader. They're up 24 earnings. Roku's up by 15. MGA up 11.9. AMAT up 10.5. ANET up 8. Coin up 5.9. Airbnb up 5.7. And IR up 4.5. All earnings. Merck is up by 1.9. Deutsche Bank upgrade. MedP up 1.4. Jefferies upgrade. Zscaler up 1.3. Berenstein upgrade. Vertex up 0.6 off earnings. Myrna 0.2 off earnings. TPH up 26 to be acquired for 47 a share. Bros up 14 off earnings. SPSC is up by 13 earnings. New CFO cooperation agreement with Anson Funds. Card is up by 12.8 off earnings. SEI is up by 11.7. Hatchbro agreement. AAP is up by 9.4. PCore up 8.8, both off of earnings. Genie is up by 4. Insider buys. RDRW up 3.8. 80 million share buyback. ATMU is up by 3.5 off earnings. MP 3.1 BMO upgrade. RYN 3.1 for Raymond James upgrade. Frog is up by 2.8 off of earnings. ALGM is up by 1.9. Morgan Stanley upgrade. Corsair is up by 29 earnings and 50 million repurchase. IMUX 24. 400 million private placement to support transition from R&D focused company and a commercial entity. NWGL is up by 12. ASTL 9.3 reaction to Trump admin working to narrow the scope of tariffs in aluminum steel. MITK 9.4 Jefferies upgrade. OBAI up 8 successful paid pilot. CLYM is up by 7.8. Piper Sandler overweight. EVYM. EVMN is up by 5.6. Private placement. FWDI 3.1 off earnings. Gold and silver trading higher, trading lower. Pinterest down 21. DraftKings down 15, both off earnings. AMKR down 6.8. 10 million offering. Expedia down 6.8 off earnings. BABA down 4.5. U.S. expected to add Alibaba to list of companies to provide support to China's military as early as today. NCLH down 3. Appoints John Chidsey president and CEO effective immediately and guides Q4 net yield around midpoint. Owl down 2.4, Wind down 2.5 off earnings, Vale down 2.5 off earnings, Twilio down 2.2 off earnings, Dollar Tree down 1.5, BMO downgrade, Rocket Lab down 1.4 to launch latest hypersonic test for Defense Innovation Unit, Intel down 1.3, DA Davidson initiates neutral, FCX down 1.2, Argus Research upgrade, PSA down 1.2 earnings, EIX down 1.1, UBS downgrade, DXCM down 0.6 off earnings, Kohu down 19.2 off earnings, Bio down 15, FBIN up down 15, Kali down 13, SXT down 10, FLO down 7.5, all earnings. Whirlpool down 5.2, working to narrow scope of Trump aluminum steel. Wendy's down 4 off earnings. Yelp down 4. DCH down 2.7 off earnings. Rare down 2.6 off earnings. Aura down 2.0. Jefferies downgrade. CRISPR down 1.8 off earnings. MGRT down 38 after going up 112 yesterday. SRTS down 24. VTGN down 18. Coherus down 17. And Noose down 15. AENT down 15. All of these are earnings and small caps. And then Domo downgrade. And metal and mining stocks lower on Trump admin working to narrow scope of tariffs on aluminum and steel. Chatadonia. So that is all. That is all for your pre-market movers, but we got to talk a little bit. We got some good time. So let me see. How's this going to look? Does it look good? Kind of. Not bad. Okay, here you go. There you go. Let's turn it to this one. So, CPI, baby. It might fuel some of the shenanigans here on Friday. And what I'm talking about is last week. It's kind of crazy, some of the short-term memory in the market, but I don't know if you guys remember, like Thursday was very similar. Even yesterday, some of the shorting activity, how people came into today, it was a lot of fear. I mean, yesterday you just watched the AI is going to replace you, broaden out. Everybody was talking about it. People get worried. Oh my gosh, the dollar, the risk off, go buy the defensives, you name it. This was very similar to what you saw last week. Last week, you didn't have the data. If anything, we had the delay of the data, but you kind of had a really big rally out of nowhere. Same thing on Monday. So we'll see if this plays out. Don't forget, the market is closed on Monday too, so there is a holiday. So keep that in mind. But essentially, the first hour or two, that's what we want to look for. If it may do this slow move that we saw earlier in the week, but even last Friday, I mean, it kept its rip, and you saw that all within about like an hour. So if that happens today, you got good CPI. Even I thought it was going to come in hot. So you could argue it's good information. I mean, you could bend the jobs report. People were looking at revisions and all that to find it negative, but essentially CPI not going up. I mean, I feel like that's always good. So we'll see there, but just keep your eyes out for it. You've already had some big moves this week. You're already back to the low on some areas. So there's a lot of space to move, and that's going to lead you to some potential shenanigans, my friend. So watch out for that. The next thing, Google, dude. We didn't really hear much about it. Again, we saw kind of the reaction yesterday. People were talking about the new Gemini or the Deep Think and how that was going to be, but we haven't heard much. So I think that's kind of odd. We may get something throughout the day. I mean, you kind of even saw, depending on the fear level, even comments from the Microsoft guy got things moving. So just keep your eyes out for that. But essentially, this one I think is still lurking. And then now we were talking biotechs yesterday, and we were saying whether or not these research innovations, but now here's the fun fact. Hedge funds are buying up biotechs more than they have been in the last 5 years. So that's actually one of the top trades. Healthcare is a different story, but biotechs, like big biotechs, like the Mercks, the BMYs, the Pfizer, these have actually been where people have been going, and everybody keeps talking about the valuation on software. Biotech valuations are kind of near their floor over the last 5 to 10 years. So that's been attracting a lot. That's why, I still don't know how this is going to play out. We were asking a lot of questions on this one, but keep this one swirling around. We might get some updates. So that's number 2. The next one, China. You got China news to start out the morning. It's Reuters, so I think you're going to have potential to walk it back a little bit. And then you had Trump on steel and aluminum. And just keep this in mind. We talked about it. I mean, by April, you're probably going to hear some good news out of China with everything going on, and if they're going to have a deal. But if they also want to kind of raise the stakes into it, that's also very predictable too. So keep your eyes out for this. But again, you've seen Baba, Baidu. They do respond a little bit. I do think you're going to have a follow-up play depending on whether or not we confirm if Reuters was lying or not. So yeah, you're used to that. But there's that, and then this one, bro. This one's hilarious. You know that? I have it up on the screen. That was one of the stock. I had a penny stock on the screen. You know why? This is the funniest shit ever. I was saying it yesterday. We didn't look at it, but Rhyme, R-I-M-E. This is a karaoke company that got into automation of trucking, and they were at the time yesterday a $3 million market cap. And at the time, they announced that they were going to have this AI thing for trucking to reduce freight loads and all of that. And essentially, that's what sent all of those trucking names down. Remember, I was telling you, transports, trucking, they've actually been doing good. They were actually one of the leaders yesterday. But this is part of the broadening out trade. This is also why people are saying everything is irrational, because they're saying this little ass company, even if it's made up, even if they sold karaoke machines, people are just hearing a headline, the algos are hearing a headline, and they are selling first, asking questions later. So I thought that was funny. I really, really did. So other than that, the final thing, man, watch for risk off. If we break any of those levels, watch for a bounce for no reason, and try to understand why, or don't let it clap you out too much, and then be on the lookout if the AI trade broadens out. If we get any headlines throughout the day that leads to that, that's going to be one of your opportunities to move. Again, risk off factors. Think about the dollar, the bonds, what we were looking at with the staples and all of that. And at the same time, this setup of again, 2 days up, 3 days down, 2 days up. We've been doing that back and forth. You're getting volatility, but this is the irony of all of it. The VIX is shorted a lot right now, but I don't know if you guys noticed, the actual VIX, even after yesterday, even where we closed, it's at 20. So that's not low, but it's not at the fear level. Anything above 22, that's where people get a little bit more freaked out. So you've been this little back and forth. You're still dealing with the situation, but definitely calmer than the first time. The VIX was a lot higher by last Thursday, Friday, until it had that bounce there. So keep all of this in mind. We're going to have a fun 7 hours, my friends, but that is all that I have for you. So we have a couple minutes remaining. We have a couple of minutes. We have about 4 minutes for any questions, any personal artifacts. Artifacts, is that the word? And then, yeah, where's the other one? Corsair, too. I forgot about that one. So, I don't know. People were saying they're tied to the memory shit, but they didn't. I don't know if they mentioned that in their filing. I know they beat on their guide. They did say they were more cautious on, like, gaming components, but some people were trying to tie that in there. I think it's the $50 million repurchase agreement. I don't know where Corsair is even at. Yeah, so that's like 10%. Excuse me. They do karaoke. So yeah, the Rhyme one, it was a karaoke company. And then they did this split. It's funny, they've been like announced, they did a reverse split already. And then they've been making these announcements. But again, this freaked out people. It was like, what was it? Who Robinson? CHRW? And a couple of the trucking companies, bro, like to put it in, it's actually insane when you look at the size of it. But yeah, let's go to IYT. So you see that candle in IYT again after acting like a staple. It pretty much got clapped by a $3 million penny stock. That's what they're saying. I mean, again, it correlates with everything, and just yesterday too, we saw a little bit more of the broadening out. So yeah, I got the Philo. I gotta re-upload it, but I think if people want it, maybe just send them to the Twitter. That was good, man. Thank you. I liked yesterday's Philo. I messed up by telling you guys the truth about Kevin Warsh. Boom, boom, boom. Kremlin says there'll be no Europeans at Geneva talks. I think you're supposed to be getting what's it called? Some sort of vote or like a hearing on Mr. Warsh today, actually. Corsair makes a RAM under their Vengeance brand. Yeah, but I don't know if that's why it's going crazy like that. I don't know if they mentioned it. I know you brought that one up yesterday, but I looked on there. I think the buyback was the bigger part, but if people make the connection, and then the guidance was, it was like slightly better. It wasn't like, what's it called? It wasn't like Fastly. But even then, Fastly had an opportunity to mention some of the agentic stuff. They did, but not by name. They still buy chips and put them together. Yeah, but we'll see. Again, I think people were trying to tie that in there. Otherwise, I mean, I'd be watching the IGV break. Oh, do I have that? I think I have a pretty picture. But watch if IGV breaks down below that level. I do think that one's still key. Someone asking about money markets, too, yesterday. Money markets are still at the highest point. So there's a lot of good deals out there with software. I know we've had our talks about it every day, but think about it. This is actually very rare, you guys, because you have had rate cuts. So you have rate cuts, but then the money markets are going up. I mean, shit, you have one of the top performing sectors is down like 30% now. So it's very, very interesting. We're still in this like back and forth. And that's why too, more clarity on this or, being able to act in the middle of it might take you a long way. You don't know if this is early. You don't know if it's not. But also too, like, if you wait too long for things to stabilize, you're usually going to pay a much higher price. So it's a catch-22. You just got to make a decision. Let your portfolio speak to you, my friends. But Chatadonia, game time. You know what we got to do? Do you know what we do here at the Cult? Before we chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, my friends, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and ever will. And I'm talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give you a huge special shout out, all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country. God bless you and thank you for your service, for real. It's very easy to take freedom for granted, man. So I hope none of y'all do that. I hope none of y'all forget how we got here. And veterans, thank you for everything. And for real, man, I do hope that you own the land, save your 10%, and I really hope you could accept my thank you of all this information and actually use it, baby, and use it to the best of your ability, because I think y'all have already been trained at it, man. You got to, oh, man, I hope they feel me. But God bless you, your families as well. Thank you for the sacrifice you all made, and big shout out to everybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage man, everybody making their community run, baby. God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise up. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Oh, it's game time, Chad. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Happy Friday. Are you guys creeped out? It's Friday the 13th. Oh. When I was a kid, I would get freaked out by Friday the 13th. In the early days, bro. You know that? Are any of you superstitious? Or any of you, are you like a witch and you're like, I love to gamble on the Friday the 13th? I don't know what y'all into, bro. I don't know. Well, either way, though, I think we're going to find out whether or not risk off, risk on. Do you get the dumb bounce? How are they going to play it? So, should be a good one. I have stuff for you, though. I have more plays. I have plays to discuss. We need another. I got you, though. I'll be right back, and then we'll finish the plays, and then the bell will go ding, 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 and then game time. Welcome to Friday. It's a call, baby. Feels like it's gonna be a good day. Satan, hold on by your crib, that's that, that's ours, why wait, be great, that's that, no way, we changed, what's the plan, that's that, on my way, that's the play, new game, that's that, can't believe they missed it on my kindness, I can't believe they forsake all the guidance, I can't believe they couldn't see the timing, Father, think we should remind us. I'm free, no strings, no chains, that's that. One God, one king, one way, that's that. Sovereign, supreme, what you know about that? One thing before you leave, please don't come back. Never needed, then you needed Jesus. I'd rather have no friends than hang with demons. Your brother gonna show up when he needed, but can the two still walk with that agreement? Satan, hold on by your crib, that's that, that's ours, why wait, we great, that's that, no way, we change, what's the plan, that's that, out my way, that's the play, new game, that's that, wanna gamble, that's a game for the gods, what's the matter, thought you knew about the laws, Father, why do they complain about your laws, ask for justice, but they made sure it was gone, soldiers mental, I can see it in your eyes, getting loud, but you were quiet when they lied. Game time, baby. Are you ready? Oh, man. All right, we got 1 minute until the bell. IGV, XLP, GLD, IBIT. You know what to watch there. Keep an eye on Sprout still. We'll see. You had a Dollar Tree downgrade. I don't know how that'll affect them. Then Rhyme, we'll see if you get any other Rhyme adjacent ones too. That'll be funny. And then Airbnb, ANET, and Corsair for the post earnings. We'll see. Again, if Corsair does start to play like, what's his name? Who's that one from yesterday? Fastly. So yeah, we'll have a good time. And we'll see how it all plays. But you got less than 30 seconds, Chad. I hope your morning is great. And yeah, get ready for another 7 hours. And let's see what sort of headlines we get. But yeah, I do want to watch the first hour. Because if we get any of that movement, I don't know. I think staples are even coming back to a slow start. And then biotechs too. They got a little bit of a bid. But get ready for it all, my friends. Are you ready? I know the best part of waking up is long term in your cup. Bradley Frizzle. You haven't heard this in Easter's. Are you ready? Happy pre-birthday, Mr. Fahari. Round one. Fight. Okay. So let it go. All right, someone launched out the gate. And then IYT. Let's see. Airbnb actually went up. I'm very surprised with their shenanigans. I actually held. The best part of waking up is long term in your cup. Wrong one. Okay, who's the other one? ANET. Yeah, again, remember, ANET's even tied to some of the data center stuff. Fed to name Randall Gunn as director of supervision. Yeah, healthcare, again, that's why, I mean, we said it here in the morning, people were, like, everyone's talking about the valuation of IGV and all the software, but, you know, biotechs have a pretty low valuation, and that is where a lot of money has been concentrated. So it's very, very fascinating. Best part of waking up. That's such a good jingle, bro. All right. All right, it's still early on these. UMH popped or UNH? Remember yesterday it started going a little crazy. Oh, and then gold and silver. IGV's only up by 9. Bitcoin had a nice jump. That thing's been leading Bitcoin by a little bit more. SanDisk is down by 5. Interesting. What is holding you up right now then? And then XLP is right at break even. So as far as defensives. And then, yeah, I'll give you one. It has better odds if everything kind of goes down like yesterday. Remember when everybody was like focusing on stuff? When if you get that risk off, people are going to focus to it. But even then, the overall market, like I'm saying here, this first hour, you're really going to find out where things are at. That reminds me. Oh, I forgot. Again, Monday is closed. Very easy to forget, you know? Very easy to forget. LRCX. See one more again. ARM and ANET. Remember, I think ARM has its... One of them still has... ARM or CoreWeave still has earnings around the corner. Or am I tripping? But there's a whole nother set of companies that report through March. Meta, Pinterest, down 23. I don't even think Pinterest was that bad. I didn't follow the earnings too well, but doesn't Pinterest have like $2 billion in cash? I think they're, I guess it is. I don't know if you consider it software, but so yeah, ARM reported last week. I think I am tripping. Airbnb doing the air. Yeah, Airbnb's already down 4 from there. Like I said, I was very surprised, but now all of my suspicions are back. Oh, where's the Estee Lauders of the world? I didn't even check Sprouts. What was Sprouts? SFM? Yeah, that one's chilling. DG. And Dollar Tree had the downgrade. They're down the most. Again, staples are actually going lower. And then watch the transports too. Because again, the transports literally got killed off of this. That thing's actually still going. Holy shit. So again, that's why I'm saying if people are going to chill out, those transports, they might be able to come back up. The best part of waking up is long-term in your cup. And then where are we from the... Remember, CPI was good. I need to turn on the pre-market. So all of your gap have been filled. Wow. So yeah, this is where the CPI came out. Okay, it didn't even move. Again, I even thought the CPI was going to come in a little hotter. Because usually at the beginning of the year, that first like January print, it's not like it's chill. So that one was fascinating, you know? LMT, Mag 7 lagging. I mean, Nasdaq's down. Russell's the one by 0.43. So it's either Russell's going to come down and match up with it, or these other guys are going to do it. But you've kind of already filled the gap. Bump, bump, bump. All right. YPF isn't correct. Elf in Ulta. Correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't that a... Oh no, which one's the trucking one with a Y in it? I don't know if that one is. I think that's Brazil or Argentina. And then I'll give you one more. Where's the other one? Corsair still went, and then fucking Rhyme, dude. But yes, I'll give you one to look. I want to try something. After yesterday's crowding, we'll see how this one plays. So that's what I'm saying. You don't have to go for it now, but you'll see. But that's going to kind of be one of these short-term targets in the next hour or two. But then if that doesn't, it's not going to go there, but it'll move like halfway there. Hubs continuation. YPF is Argentina. Argentina, boomba, boomba, boomba. And bonds too, bro. A lot of people on TLT. It's funny just how we're talking about like staples and all that. People are talking about that with what's it called? With bonds. You know, the last couple days, didn't matter what you kind of did. You know, if you had software, you were freaking out. But if you had staples, you liked it. Same went for all the bond investors. Eli Lilly's up to NVO. Again, it's Pfizer. Pfizer as well. Even then, Pfizer above 28. I think that one's going to be an interesting one. That's dirty dog. Pfizer options usually suck. The best part of waking up. YT, there is Bradley Frizzle in your cup. Horna. Oh, Bradley. What's up, baby? Happy Friday. It's the Peach 13th. Man, can we make like a, you know how people like, oh, Friday the 13th? Can we do that for the Peach? Can we make the Peach a global, like we need a Peach Day now that I think about it. But it should be exciting. It shouldn't be scary. I love it, man. Good morning. Happy middle of February. He's still going, dude. 2026. Y'all don't feel, man. Y'all don't feel. Amen. All right. I have a couple more I want, but I'm gonna wait. And then MO Staples they're doing what they did yesterday. So again, it's like if we start dumping, Staples might be able to go, but then vice versa. I don't know if we get a rip. I still don't know if the staples will go up or if they're going to inverse. But then bonds this whole time have actually been straight out the gate. You keep seeing TLT. August 27th is National Peach Day? No way. That's like a real thing? Oh my goodness. The best part of waking up is long time in your cup. Bam, bam, bam. I was only went down 10% off that. It's crazy. And then Eli Lilly again. Deer too. A couple of the industrials, but I'm a little surprised by that. Feel me, they won't feel me. Oh, where's the other one? Sprouts. Sprouts actually holding up pretty good. And then gold and silver taking a dump now. What is that? And Bitcoin as well. So a couple of things just got clapped. Are you breaking through? I mean, SPY, you just went 0.5%. Yeah, now those premiums, you've already given up the, what's it called? You've given up the pre-market CPI level. But then again, that's already a little different. So again, remember, by last Friday, you were gapped up. You were a little slow off the morning, but now it's already taken off that one opportunity off the table. Still could go up, but the difference is now you are inversing almost directly with bonds. You got a couple of leaders, again, healthcare, and a few other things are doing better, but still. So focus on the outperformers as well. Keep an eye on what's actually staying up. And then staples, but then again, I mean, you're already down 0.5% on the SPY, 0.8 on the NASDAQ, but then the staples are red with it. I think that's one of the more interesting parts. And then IGV back to 80. You got $1 of cushion on IGV. So remember, yesterday, that shit was chilling at, that was already at the 80 or 79. So you're at 81. I don't know what happened to silver. Silver, gold, Bitcoin, every single one. I'd argue the dollar went up, but it's barely up. Fastly, Corsair held up. Utilities, again, like a couple industrials did good too. Well, there your rhyme went down. Where's Microsoft? Palantir was leading the index first for IGV. The best part of waking up. IGV just launched. So look at that one play I told you earlier in the morning. The one that I said would go down 50. It actually went down 30. Is long term in your cup. Bump, bump, bump. It's actually kind of crazy. It's 18. The fuck? I thought that thing would have got clobbered off of that move. Oh, well, shit. I think it's too late. You should have averaged right there if you wanted it, or that should have been your first entry. But yeah, they're back up, surprisingly. But yeah, IGV and tech just bounced there. Again, that was a 1/4 point on the SPY just in those two candles. Catching a bit. It did yesterday when it started to break out. I mean, the only thing I don't... Oh, that's right when I said it was doing good, it dumped. Sorry, guys. But it has earnings. That's the only thing I don't like about it. And then Yext, that's one of those trucking... Yext is a trucking company, or am I just tripping? Still at yesterday's low. I think you need to break out to a intraday high. Otherwise, this could be very trappy for the next hour. It's been 15 minutes, but like I was saying, this already made it a little different than what we had on Friday. Yeah, I'm shocked, actually. That plays green now. That shouldn't be. I was just telling you, I was supposed to go down like 50% on that. The X is online marketing. I guess I can't spot a trucking company for the life of me. It's Argentina. It's a online market. One of them. And Nvidia, Myrna too. That's part of the biotechs. Watch Pfizer. So watch Pfizer, BMY, Merck, any of those. But yeah, and then IGV is launching out of nowhere. Hi, how are you, IGV? Damn. I even fucked up. I was going to take an average on that one. That would have been money. But yeah, those premiums are held up a little bit better. Net running. Hood running. Here, where's Coinbase? Oh yeah, Net just took a stick. The fuck is that? Yeah, Net. Correct me if I'm wrong. Is that 4% right there? Huh? Yeah, bro. That just moved 3.5%. IWM actually a little laggy, though, considering it was up by 0.4, 0.5 earlier. NASDAQ just went green. NASDAQ just moved 0.8. So in that, 8-minute period, NASDAQ just moved almost 1%. So, yeah, you're moving off of that. Whatever it was, no real headlines. Well, I guess the Friday shenanigans are still intact. Habibi. And then Dell. Shopify. Where's Banks, actually? That's going to be the quiet one. So, again, you had Banks quietly decline a lot this week, and that killed some things. So, watch if they quietly go back up. That could support. Intelia Pop down 1. They got a downgrader, like it was moved to neutral today. So, that fucked with it a little bit. And then where's Staples? Staples went down. So that, again, Staples were just about to go green and went 0.5. The plunge protection team. It was already, bonds. That would probably be, I have no idea what it is. But like I was saying, this was different than Friday. You had bonds going straight up. You sold off right away. But now you have this moving in. So the bonds went down. I don't know what it was. There's like 5 different things that occurred all at the same time. Bonds went down. Certain software stocks got a bid, and then the market just moved with it. And then even a couple of the banks. Oh, I forgot about Bros. Bros came down. That's crazy. They had a good report. I liked it. Okay, well, there's your 50% on that one I told you. So my job is done. You got to do what you want with that. The best part of waking up. So yeah, they went like 60 to 90. You have 89, 90 on the bid. But yeah, do whatever you want with it now. You either take it or push it, and then yeah. God bless America. Friday the 13th. Oh yeah, silver and gold too with all that. Look at that. Dude, this just looks like a straight V. Ah! AMD, Amazon. Again, I like IGV went 2% after being what? That was negative. And even its first 5 minutes at 0.5, 0.7. And then NASDAQ's back to green. Dow, Russell even took one. And then SPY at 0.1. Pay the plug. Oh, I got you, baby. Thank you. Also, I wanted to try something. I had something on it, and then even then, I think it's hard for that one to get crowded, ironically enough. But yeah, I told you the exact one, so I hope it helped. But yeah, that's why. You had the little window, but you did take the risk. It just didn't go down 50. That was the surprising part. Because like I was saying, I think the max drawdown on that was 30. I forgot. Where is Kimberly? Oh, Kimberly's still green. Fuck you, Kimberly. Fuck you. I mean, yeah, we're just right back to open. Again, watch your factors, you know. Anything risk on, staples, software, all of the above of what we were talking yesterday. I mean, even the dollar maybe too, but dollar is actually way more stable than that. Abavacious. Babies still poop. Kimberly will stay green. It's a good way to put it, man. It's a good way to put it. I never really thought about it like that. You know, AI disruptions, but babies still poop. I still poop. You know that? I used toilet paper yesterday. So now I use baby wipes to begin with, but so some of you are like, wait, you never use toilet paper? Baidu popping. Again, you had the bad China news here in the morning, or some of those Reuters ones. Like I said, if you find out it's fake, yeah, U.S. removes document that listed firms linked to Chinese military. So yeah, Reuters, either the government responded or Reuters is a liar, but either way, Baba and Baidu, the U.S. removes document that listed firms linked to China military. That's coming out now. But yeah, I had Cottonelle, bro. I used Cottonelle yesterday. You know that? I was like, wow, Kimberly got me doing it. Oh, where's healthcare? Trump pardons 5 former NFL players.
They're big guys. They can't sit in prison. You know, how do they fit in that little cell? They're huge. He's a big guy. Tell him go on ESPN.
McRib, another biotech. XLV's up 1. Again, that's still that Google stuff from yesterday, bro. We don't know if it's going to be, the 0 updates are very quiet after we got a little bit of a freak out there. Speaking of which, where is Google? Where is Googly Woogly? And then Apple, too, after their 5% day. High ticker, low ticker is kind of balanced. What time? 6:53. We could get a check up here. Is long term in your cup. 12 green, 18 red on the Dow. Money markets price in 40% chance of ECB cut. No one cares about the Europeans. NASDAQ up 56 green, 45 in the red. So that's not too bad. And then SPY, 307 green, 193 in the red. So yeah, you still got more names leading almost across, except for the Dow. I mean, again, though, the Dow is literally led all week, all month, all 2 months. Corsair's still going, so that one actually went. So again, I mean, I thought it would do better if the market went down. Because again, remember Fastly and what you saw yesterday. That was part of it. It's long term in your cup. Bow, bow, bow. Where are the memory ones? Again, it's different. I think it's a very loose connection. God bless the call. Happy Friday, baby. It's a interesting Friday. I mean, again, I'm waiting to see if we have the shenanigans of last Friday. But once again, I mean, this is another Friday that you've approached peak fear in certain industries as we've gotten into it. So we're gonna see how it all plays, man. But right now, I mean, you had the first move down and went down 0.8 pretty quick. You had a 5-minute bounce taking you back to green on the NASDAQ, and now you're down another quarter. Russell's still holding up, though, 0.3. That was up about like 0.5 for most of the day. I mean, it's still very early. It's just been under 30 minutes here. And then again, you got a couple of pockets of the market that are doing good. Best part of waking up is long-term in your cup. Down. U.S. polls dog. They keep pumping that one. Check Baba and Baidu. Are they still going? Yeah. You actually got a little bit of continuation on that. And then coins going up. $22 is the panic. It's not necessarily the panic button, but 22 is fear. Anything above there indicates a little bit more fear and like real volatility. So it's been like that. We've talked about that one for years. And then what's the fun fact? You've never had a rate cut or a panic cut with the VIX below 40. But yeah, that's why it was interesting to think about how everything played out. And remember too, though, seasonality gets worse from here. So after this week, you get a holiday. We're going to have a long weekend. But then essentially from here on out, the like second half of February, that's where most of the negative February stuff happens. White House, don't be a panicking. Core inflation at lowest since 2021. I was surprised by that. Again, considering the ISM, the prices paid, the new orders, I thought it was going to be a little hotter. So I was very shocked by that. And then I don't know if you guys want to hear this. This one's kind of funny. You guys know, remember the BLS lady that Donald Trump fired recently? There was a BLS lady that Donald Trump got rid of. And like that's why people are like, some people are like, oh my gosh, the data is so fake. Well, apparently she goes on Blue Sky and she talks about the data being legit. So it's very confusing. But yeah, I don't know. I had to make my Blue Sky again recently because they banned me on Twitter. But yeah, don't be a panicking. But I was surprised by the data today. Genuinely surprised. It wasn't a big beat. It wasn't like a big surprise, but the fact that it came in lower. I mean, again, you have hot manufacturing. You had your job surprise. I mean, the revisions were pretty bad, but that was part of the seasonality. And usually the seasonal adjustments for inflation, that's what usually makes it run up. But then again, it's not as if the last 12 months were active in inflation to begin with. Okay, VIX is climbing back up again. So you're holding the SPY right near the open, but now that's just tweaking everything out. These premiums are a little bit higher though still, depending on how you're looking at it. And then TLT now, that's the bigger difference. I guess it's the same price. But yeah, there's a nice little inverse as everybody's reacting to the fear in the bonds. The bonds are kind of working as designed. You haven't seen that in a minute. I don't know if that's going to hold up. NCI, small cap running. And Corsair still up. Again, Corsair, even some of those dead premiums went up. There's ones that didn't move on the first 50%. And then DraftKings, they had bad earnings. They're coming up, still down 9. And now Visa. Like I said, watch financials. I think that's a weird part of all of this. And then biotechs, healthcare is still kind of holding up. Deer and cat, very good, Habibi. Very, very good. This one's interesting, bro. If we get a dump, I mean, just a lot of things are more red than not, even though you have more names that are in the green. But like I'm saying, watch your staples and other things. If the market comes down and they don't catch a bid, that's kind of what we were looking for yesterday if you were going to get any fear. And then you got RGV. What about gold and silver? They're still chilling. Bitcoin went up, actually. So Bitcoin liked that move a little bit more. Bitcoin added a little more cushion to the morning. Fridays, I mean, last Friday, it was just a rip out of the gate after you experienced the peak fear. I want to say the Friday before this kind of traded similar. Where is it? Yeah, see, this was last Friday. Just straight up. Where was it? Yeah, I think you've done this type. The Friday before that, it was more, I think it traded very, very similar. And then you got your little bounce on Monday. So sadly, it kind of looks the same. I wish I could put on a 5-minute. But yeah, that's why I said give it the first hour or two. If you are still trapped after the first hour or two, it's going to be pretty boring. Chinese military companies, again, they're putting that out. Jeez. Now Expedia, are they green? They were in the red by like 9. Airbnb gave up half of the gain. Don't be a panicking, bro. Don't be a panicking. Netflix on the high. Hi. Where is Adobe? Adobe, where is it? You know, the software. Software do good, Habibi. Wow. Even Pinterest, damn, they're still down 19. And the video looks like a candy cane? I don't know. What does that mean? What do you mean a candy cane? Yeah, IGV2. One more. Staples. Well, welcome to Friday. You hit peak fear and you were just trading right where you closed yesterday. I guess, again, peak fear depending on how you look at it. Because, again, the VIX is below 22. And this is what I was saying, you know, last week. Oh, I guess it's the same level of last Friday. I know you hit Thursday was where you went up a little bit more. And, again, that was above 22 and then it came down. And then the only other fun fact leading in today is you have a lot of people short on the VIX. Anthropic preparing to go public as soon as this year. The volume numbers. I mean, I don't think the volume is going to matter as much. You're already at 18 million, though, dude. 30 minutes, you're at 8. This is a lot of volume, actually. And then, but take a look. You know, this back and forth, it's there. I need to find you guys the fun fact because this trades like last year. You know, and I kept telling you guys this. Let me see. Like, this is very similar to how we ended 24 and came into 25. But, like, that market was still very rare. So, like, this is an old tweet to give you an idea. But this is referencing the market last year. So, you, again, end of last year, like that November to February, November 24 to February 25, pretty much you stuck in a 6% range. That's kind of what we're doing right now. That has only happened 13% of the time since 1950s. So to stay in a certain range for like several months, like again, 2002, 2008, 2024 leading into 25, and then again, you know, within like a month or two, you finally get a big move. It's kind of a pivot point. So it's either going to rip or dip, essentially. But that's why it's like some of this back and forth, hit the fear level, it goes a certain way, the stop and go. I mean, you guys should be used to this. The first 2 months of the year, this is your third time doing this type of move. Not to mention, go back a little bit more. You had a little bit more of a range, but yeah, you have been trapped here. It's really been here since what, October, September? So kind of nuts. Oh, do you guys want another fun fact? I do have it has nothing to do with the market, but I don't know if you could handle it this morning. I learned this one yesterday. I thought they say it's just a coincidence, but it's related to my people. Dell on the high. You would like one? Well, did you know that the speed of light is the exact same coordinates for the pyramids of Giza? So yeah, just the 299 792 45. Yeah, it's go. You could look it up. You'll look it up. You could figure it out. Yeah, I thought that was fun. Wendy's was just earnings. They had bad earnings. Oh, they came right back up, though. They were down a lot more pre-market. And then McDonald's. Remember, McDonald's struggled a little bit, then chilled. The food plays, I mean, Chipotle's up 2 today, but they haven't been too hot. I'm surprised Bros sold that off. I like this. I like their earnings a lot. All right, we're at VWAP. Just chilling right below open. The Russell is climbing, though. And then there's Kroger. Oh, excuse me. Oh, man. So, yeah, all the little grocery stores are coming up. Sprouts is lagging a little bit, but that one's in the green. All right. Let's get this thing moving, bro. I'm going to go to the bathroom. God bless you. God bless America. I hope you guys are having a good morning. It's already been, just about an hour? So please, in this moment, take a minute. I don't know if you guys know, like your morning news, we opened it up for you guys today on Friday. That was because my sponsor paid me to do it. They said you should, we need more sponsorship views. So just remember, all of the content, everything that you enjoy here this morning, all day, is brought to you by our lovely sponsors at LTM. Use code SAVE 10% at checkout. And yeah, we're glad to have you guys. Good morning. Good morning. Oh, wait, where is it? My sponsor post isn't working. From Japan? Oh my gosh, it reminds you of homo. Dude, that's crazy. Where in Japan are you, bro? We have another Chad in Japan right now? That's crazy. Y'all should link up. I mean, assuming y'all ain't gonna hurt each other or something. I don't know. People are used to meeting on the internet. But that's exciting, bro. Go get some good food. You just got back from Japan, too? Are y'all just all Japanese? What the hell's going on? All right, man. Well, here, brought to you by our sponsors.
Put your moderate to severe volatility in check with long-term once-monthly savings and high-quality ownership. Before I started using long-term monthly, I was an absolute degenerate who couldn't sleep because they said don't hold overnight. Oh, I could sleep. My husband said he was investing for our future, but he was just gambling at 8 in the morning. But now, thanks to long-term monthly, we're about to buy our second home.
Before taking long-term monthly, I used to get really bothered by the politics on the television and YouTube. Now, I don't care who's president. I know I'm still going to make a profit and have a financial future.
Long-term can lower your ability to blow up your account. Before treatment, watch Trading Fraternity and Stock Market Live videos. Serious faith, hope, and love might occur. For patients above 20, discipline and goals are a common side effect. Nausea, upset stomach, and diarrhea may occur if you are trading in your long-term account. Consult your broker and ask them why they are charging you above the Fed's funds rate to hold your money. Long-term monthly is not a one-time treatment and will have to be kept up for several years. Long-term monthly. Pay yourself first. Put your moderate to severe volatility in check with long-term once-monthly savings and high-quality ownership. Before I started using long-term monthly, I was an absolute degenerate who couldn't sleep because they said don't hold overnight. Oh, I could sleep. My husband said he was investing for our future, but he was just gambling at 8 in the morning. But now, thanks to long-term monthly, we're about to buy our second home.
Before taking long-term monthly, I used to get really bothered by the politics on the television and YouTube. Now, I don't care who's president. I know I'm still going to make a profit and have a financial future.
Long-term can lower your ability to blow up your account. Before treatment, watch Trading Fraternity and Stock Market Live videos. Serious faith, hope, and love might occur. For patients above 20, discipline and goals are a common side effect. Nausea, upset stomach, and diarrhea may occur if you are trading in your long-term account. Consult your broker and ask them why they are charging you above the Fed's funds rate to hold your money. Long-term monthly is not a one-time treatment and will have to be kept up for several years. Long-term monthly. Pay yourself first.
Yes.
Put your moderate to severe volatility in check.
The video's annoying. Let me guess. It's okay, man.
Said he was investing for our future, but he was just gambling at 8 in the morning. But he was just gambling at 8 in the morning. But he was just gambling at 8 in the morning. But he was just gambling at 8 in the morning.
I know, man. I feel you, dog. It's okay. But ever since long-term monthly, I was able to handle it. So I feel, man. I think that's the only way it's annoying you. Good morning. Good morning. All right, man. You're still good. I'm surprised the premiums aren't up as much. So you got your, that other one there. I don't know if you made it free or pushed it. Arquite. Bam, ba, bam, ba, bam, bam. U.S. authorizes companies to negotiate contracts for new investment in Venezuela. Arquite a little bit up. Check oil, and then even maybe some of the oil companies. XOM, they're not really moving. Ethereum and Bitcoin kind of taking off there, so you're getting another one. I'm assuming IGV is going to go with it. IGV's near the high, though. It's kind of lagging a little bit. You're back to that earlier high. You got to break out of it, man. If you hit that high and come back down, it's going to be shitty. License for investment in oil and gas are contingent on separate permits from Treasury. Authorized resuming oil Venezuela for Chevron and BP and Repsol. They didn't move too much off of it. There was the aluminum news, steel and aluminum, and then some of them even went down this morning. Bap, 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 bap. What was that other one? Rhyme? I think this is the funniest stock after all of it. And then where is it? IYT. IYT is a little bit up today. And then our staples are holding on. So you got a lot more tech going on. Staples are like just right there holding. And then again, a couple of the risk on factors. Again, Bitcoin, a little bit of tech. They're doing great. And then you actually still have Nvidia down. You got Google down too. Again, we haven't heard that update. Apple down after their 5%. I think Microsoft's barely green. But yeah, it's not like you really have the Mag 7 playing along. Netflix is doing decent. And there's CRM. And then Oracle. They're waking up a little bit. The premium, some of the premiums are still holding quite amazing. But let's see. You need to like rip out of this. Otherwise, it's going to be a really fucking slow Friday. You have a lot of room to rip too, but yeah, it's already, I mean, it's been, what, 45 minutes? The news on energy is licenses from Venezuela. They're going to allow people to do it. I think the pizza prices are good. I just think there's other opportunities. I mean, the best way to put it is if, like, I would be more focused on pizza, if software wasn't down 30%. And then otherwise, and then too, if software wasn't down 30%, I'm assuming I would have been able to get a Kimberly a lot better. But yeah, I have it on watch. It's not my first priority. But if we miss a software bounce and we don't choose to add any of those, and then we can't get staples, I mean, I think some of those food value, those are going to be the next set of stocks to go probably. It's kind of like the big box stores. Again, the only big box store, Target did good though, actually. Target got it, but then like Dollar Tree, DG, and some of the other like, you know, certain other staples and consumer names did good. And then there's a certain set that lagged. Like food plays, food suppliers did good, and then the food restaurants, they didn't. So it's like, depending on how this develops. So I'm going to utilize some patience and time. Odd Friday. Well, again, the Friday shenanigans, bro. I'm telling you, last Friday was crazy. Pete Navarro. Fuck Pete Navarro, dude. Dog, Pete Navarro, like 2 days ago, he said the jobs report was going to be apocalyptic. And then people got mad at him because they believed him at first, and they're like, yeah, it's going to be apocalyptic. And then when it came in, they're like, they lied. There's manipulation by the Trump administration.
Had this relationship with Circle, so that's the sort of not the directly crypto trading part of the business.
Pete is wearing a blouse.
I just wonder how that fits in.
This can't be Pete.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, like they talk about stablecoin revenue as sort of
pay the plug and pay yourself first. Long-term monthly. Pay yourself first. Amen, baby. It's a good day. It's a good day. And I don't know, man. We shop for the long term. A lot of people every day, it's like they freak out, and then overnight they're like, well, there's a good deal in the software. Then they wake up and they're like, but then it's going to replace us. And then the next day they're like, yeah, but there's good deals in software. The Amazon reaction to the Flock stuff lately? No. Like the Flock cameras? No, what's up? I've seen people trip out about the Ring, the damn Ring cameras. And people were tweaking off of that. All right. Well, watch bonds. Bonds might even be your indicator, low-key. Because, again, it's been a while since we've seen a true inverse. But that's what it looked like in the morning. Ring just canceled partnership with Flock. Yeah, good job, guys. Dude, it's crazy. They're like, yo, we are using all of your doorbells to monitor everybody. Would you like to opt in to find the lost dog? That would, dude. I don't think there's ever. It's not too often a commercial backfires like that, because that was a very big backfiring. Because after I saw it, I took a hammer to my Ring doorbell. No, I was going to though. I said, "What the fuck?" But I always knew that though. That's why, like, I had a phase in my life where I went on, what was it called? Like Good Neighbor or Neighbor.com. Have you guys ever seen that? If you haven't tried it, it's a lot of fun. It's like Reddit for your neighborhood, where like everybody like posts shit about your neighborhood and like, oh, next door. Yeah, bro. Next door is funny as fuck, dude. And then that's why they'll be like, has anybody seen this? Somebody stole this. There's a suspicious figure. And then, yeah, and then you'd have the people who would like, I've seen people fight on Nextdoor. It's so funny. Drama. Circle on the high. Heard people talking about mass return. They're talking about the Ring doorbell though, right? Have I seen Molt Book yet? I don't know if you're trolling me or not. But no, what's that? What's Molt Book? That's crazy. Is it like, what's a molt? I just downloaded this thing called Facebook. Have you? It was just very fun. AI social network? No, I never heard of it. That's crazy. Sounds, is that chocolate beverage? Microsoft coming down. What are you doing, Microsoft? I mean, nobody returned their fucking computers. No one deleted their operating system when they found out Bill Gates was creepy. So I guess that's a good sign. Okay, Staples are trying to work out. You're right back to... Oh, Chad! It's Friday. This is going to be interesting. Bam, 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 bam. Shenanigans. This isn't even shenanigans. I want, like, sadly, and forgive me, I don't mean to hurt anybody, but, like, I want this shit to either rip to the high heavens or just die. Okay? To be honest with you. That's all. That's what for no reason at that too. For no reason. That's what I'm looking for here on a Friday. But other than that, it's like, yeah, we're gonna, but this could be, I mean, this is in the cards. And like we're saying, I mean, you get a holiday on Monday, market's gonna be closed, and then it's going to the second half of February, that might be where we get a little bit more real volatility. They got the kidnap lady without an active subscription. Yeah, bro. You know how much that pisses me off? Because the one time I needed to pull camera footage before. This was a couple years ago, and I didn't have like the crazy subscription. They're like, sorry, we could only give you 5 seconds. I'm like, what? Meanwhile, they were recording it and fucking data analyzing us this whole time. Hit you with your ICQ number? Hell yeah, bro. Dude, I had to explain. I was shocked, bro. I don't know if it was a European thing, but my girl was like, she wasn't following along with AIM. She didn't use AIM back in the day. I said, that's insane. Because I explained to her that, did I tell you guys that story? You know, I guess I was a Redditor before Redditors. Because back in the day, dude, I was like 9 years old or something. I was like 9 or 10 on the internet. And like at one point in my life, I thought my girlfriend was Jamie Lynn Spears. I thought I was dating Britney Spears' sister. Okay? It's because someone on AIM told me that. And they said that they were Jamie Lynn. And we developed a romantic relationship. So yeah, bro, I don't know. Okay, Microsoft tweaking out still. Oh, it is true. We were talking about that. The long weekend, you might get people out there. But then some people were arguing, like a lot of what you saw even the other day, very computer oriented. Just considering the fact that, you know, billions of dollars of market cap was sold off of a karaoke trucking company. But yeah, that's definitely part of it. FTC investigation into Microsoft intensifies, interviewing rivals on cloud and AI products. And then U.S. Department of Labor's B-Law, the Labor Department seeks to boost AI training for workers. Where is... I see the Navarro comments, but I don't see him.
Like Disney.
No, that's Roku CEO. Okay, high ticker gassing on the short term again. A lot more tech. Or even software. Yeah, IGV might break out. We will see. But yeah, literally that 30-second velocity going up. The Palanters. Again, Microsoft did that little dip and rip. Again, a lot of the Mag 7 is still down. So if you're probably going to get more energy on the market, hold on. I think that's kind of what's holding you back. Let's go back to the checkup. Remember, you had 300 names in the green. So Dow Jones, 18 red still. That hasn't changed. NASDAQ, 66 in the green, 35 in the red. So 10 more names actually did go green. And then 330, another 20 names. 23 names went green on the SPY. The Google release, I mean, it came out, but nobody really, that benchmark I was sharing with you yesterday and, like, how better it was, that's what people were talking about. But that was it. It didn't, that's why I was surprised. It didn't, like, get people talking about it. What was it, Deep Think? Yeah, people just posted the benchmarks, but nobody like came away with like a crazy development. You know, when Gemini 3 came out, they're like, look at what it could do, look at what it could do. And then that started giving people ideas of what it could replace. But so far, it's actually been pretty muted. Considering that caused part of the reaction yesterday. You kind of even bottomed out on it. ACAM, that's still post-earnings again. Or no, ACAM, AMAT. I mean, AMAT even sold off a little bit. Visa's on the low. Again, watch those financials. That's still the other part. Those food plays are going up. Target. Where's Wally World? All right, well, you had that little 1 minute spike, and then that's it. Visa is kind of dumping. They're down 2 now. That's like one thing that keeps printing the low ticker. You need a $300 subscription for Deep Think with a limit of 10 daily prompts. Yeah, but it's not like it. Even then, like the VO, you needed the expensive one and like everything else, but like it didn't. Like it. Usually the beta testers and the people who have access, like they'll post something that shocks people. But I was actually very. I mean, it's been 22 hours, 20, almost you're 2 hours shy of it being full 24 hours since they released it. Again, Visa, I don't know, or like MasterCard, AXP. Yeah, all the credit card companies are kind of going down. Again, banks are a little bit more stable, but that was like the beginning theme of the week. It was these financial service companies and then led into some of the real estate or the CBREs and all that. And then yesterday it peaked at trucking. But that's what I was saying. It's yesterday was all about the AI is going to replace us, broadening out. That's essentially what happened. And then IGV just came back to the low. But IGV didn't break. So like I was telling you guys, it's a very good sign. It got within, what, 50 cents of breaking through that low. But essentially you're holding that trend for now. For now. It's more lab oriented. It won't the average person. Yeah, but that's not going to disrupt the same way. Because again, that's why like all these other models, they were fairly more accessible. And that I think that's the thing. We talked about this last night. Accessibility, that's kind of what's causing some of these reactions. You know, when these like big updates come in and they're very accessible, Visa's still dumping. That's kind of what's freaking people out. But yeah, I mean, you could consider it good, bad, depending on how you look at it. But you didn't get the thing. Yeah, Coinbase, dude, wasn't Coinbase down 20% yesterday? Yeah, Coinbase was down. Coinbase ripped though. I think it was his earnings call. Did you see his earnings call? They posted the earnings call overlaid with a clip of Subway Surfer. Very innovative. CRM going. Bam, ba, bam, ba, bam, bam. You watched all of it? Dude, I'm not gonna lie. I watched like 3 minutes of it. I didn't want to, but like... I really didn't, bro. I saw it come up and I clicked on. I was like, is this real? And then I was like, oh shit, he getting the coins. Oh shit, watch out. He's like, well, crypto assets on fun. And that's why, if they're more likely to use where they hold their money. I'm like, wow. I know the brain rot worked, dude. It worked, surprisingly. Gold, silver, Bitcoin's breaking out too. I think, again, Bitcoin was still down on the week. It may make it up. See Man H as an interesting level. Manhattan Associates? What do they do? I don't know about it. I might, but I'd have to know. It looks good on terms of price. There's so many discounts right now, and that's why I even said it this morning, because we've been talking about it, and I truly I want you guys to think and apply it, where you got to let your portfolio speak to you. You got to be wise with what you have, but at the same time, you don't want to... We're getting to a point where there's more uncertainty, but then you don't need, if you're going to wait for full stabilization, you're going to miss some of the opportunity. So you just got to make a decision. And that's why I emphasize quality, and I emphasize, planning ahead to the point of, thinking about what it's going to be. What do these guys do? Yeah, I don't know Manhattan. But the ones that have more of a, are more difficult to dislodge, those are going to be your best bet. Where it's if they rely on user interface and they don't have trusted databases and certain things like that, I think those are going to be risky. But the ones that, trust is important. I don't, we were talking about this a lot last year. I don't know if you guys thought I was just saying it to say it, but trust, that's one of the best ways you could apply all of this stuff. If you are software that relies, and you can make it where these companies trust your data, that's one of the most important things right now. Why? Because if you are feeding an AI to do something and it's not operating off of verified data sets, and the data is bad and cannot be trusted, you're going to get shitty results. And that's kind of the general idea with all these. Yeah, trust and security goes a very long way. That's why it's you could replace what CRM does to certain degrees, but then it's will you be able to trust the database if someone's going to just build it overnight? Or where is it sourcing its information from? And some of these software companies that provide the info, they're going to be safe. All right, what the hell is this? High ticker now on the 5 minute, 1 minute. Now you got Apple and fucking Microsoft playing along. You need the bigger text, bro. That's what I was saying. I think that's kind of what was lagging you. I mean, so far, more industries than not. I mean, you have more advancing than lagging. And then it's been about an hour. No, they did the Subway. The Subway Surfer thing is legitimate. I wish I was making that up. This is their, look at, this is their official Twitter. There's my bald maxing friend.
Hey everyone, it's earnings day for Coinbase, and we just reported numbers for Q4 2025.
Yes, this is real.
Coinbase is building better financial services for the world, powered by crypto. And our thesis is actually very simple. Crypto is updating the multi-trillion-dollar financial services industry, and Coinbase is the company best positioned to capitalize on this transformation. I want to show you a few highlights and charts from our recent shareholder letter which drive this point home. So first, because Coinbase is the most trusted brand in crypto, we store more crypto than any other company. Assets on platform is how we track this, and it's grown about 3x over the last 3 years. We now store about 12% of all crypto in the world, more than the next 4 competitors combined. You can see even in Q4, although crypto prices came down, which showed this number lowering, the overall...
Supreme Court says February 20th to be opinion day amid tariff wait. Set February 24th and February 25th as day for opinions. Nice. A little end of the month, dude. Oh, a little end of the month volatility, dude, with some Supreme Court tariffs, dude. We're gonna play this game again, dude. Be like, oh, dude, are you gonna allow the tariffs, dude, or what, dude? How do you want to do this, dude? Ooh, what do you think, dude? Oh man, that's exciting. Bap, 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 bap. All the Gen Z analysts. It's funny though, a lot of people, again, the financial services freak out this week is like people thinking these tools, because again, like there is like certain AI models, that set of Claude, it could do like financial models and shit, but like it's so surprising how many people were like, this is going to get rid of me versus this is going to help me. So it's an interesting time we live in, but then again, if that's the new wave of conference calls, then you'll see. Bros back to even. IGV did break out, yes. A little bit. I mean, it's up 2. These moves are somewhat normal, but it took a little bit of an extension. Like I'm saying, this is so much better looking that if that can't, but it could still fall. I mean, you just got to be patient. But at the same time, if it doesn't break through that low, very good sign. But then the problem, like we talked about last night, is that you could still break down by broadening out, where maybe software doesn't hit a new low, but then if everybody else keeps fucking spreading to other industries, then you're gonna get different reactions. Habibi. That's Alberta accent? Oh, dude, I thought it's like a little bit of like perp skirp, dude. That's crazy. That's Canadian, dude. Oh, dude, Mark Carney, dude. Oh, I need to get I don't know if it's gonna slow down my computer. I had the AI help me. So even yesterday I was doing a video while I had my Claude excuse me. I have my Claude bot, bro. My Claude bot is he's learned how to do videos. It's kind of cool. Let me see. Yeah, he stopped though. I gotta tell him to get this. Let's see how he takes it. Core weave, kind of ripping. All right, high ticker is still gas. It's a very small move. I mean, it is 0.4, but considering how much energy you've seen on the high ticker, again, you're just like, you're right into the Google zone yesterday. This is where Google, that shit came out. But like I'm saying, you like kind of bottomed off of it except till the close, but we still haven't even had an update on that. But look, high ticker on almost every bar, you're like 80% of the way there. People don't want to upskill. Well, it's not gonna like it. Just again, things accessibility is one thing, but it does just raise the bar for everybody. It makes it easier to do stuff. That's why it's been pretty cool. Like I never like even then, bro. I even had people respond to me to edit that video yesterday. I had the craziest quotes. I had people say anywhere from $100 to $5,000 to edit a video. And then I said, you know what? I said, let me see what Claudebot could do. And you know, Claudebot came away with some good stuff, man. So that's what I'm saying. That's why people might get worried about it replacing and doing stuff. But it was able to, I was able to get something decent for like, I think in terms of like credits and everything else, it probably cost me like $10. And it's better than anything I would have fucking done. Here, you guys, I'll show you the intro scene. This is all off of Young Claudebot. I don't know if you guys can handle it. Well, this is going to come out this weekend. I'm just, whatever Claudebot finishes with by like Saturday, I'll just post it. So don't judge me too hard, but the content's pretty good. So, this is kind of weird, but who are you?
Who am I? You should be asking, what am I?
That's all I'll show you. But that, like, intro scene, animation, yeah, he was able to do it all. It's crazy. I've never animated anything in my life. Well, yeah, it got me some animations and other things. And then it fills it in. I'm trying to get him to fill in the other stuff. But they would do, like, stock footage, and some of it would be so terrible. Like, at one point, bro, it just was showing me random clips of India. I'm like, where'd you get this video, Claudebot? He's still not, he needs the education a little bit. I was like, why does that? He, like, literally was talking about the stock market, and then it's just a random video of an Indian dude. And I'm like, what does this have to do with this, man? You just think this is Jane Street? Calm down. Bap, 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 bap. Google came out with a new model, and like we were already freaking out before that and going down, but then not a new model, but an update to DeepThink. And people got little tweaky off of it, but then that kind of stopped everything, and then we slowly went down. But then now nothing crazy. Boeing's on the high and Intel. High ticker's still gassing. I think, let's see, Staples. Ooh, even the fucking Staples again. Yeah, it has to be Walmart, right? Even Walmart's actually in the red. Target, who's the other one? DG. So DG and Dollar Tree. Which one got downgraded? Dollar Tree. Those yeah, they did good. Again, make them free or gamble on them. Like I said, I gave you guys my target. I said they were either going to go down 50 or go up 50, but they're slightly above 50% now. If you got the average, you made 100%, but I missed it by like a fucking 30 seconds. So yeah, that's why I say it. And that one, I've done my job on that one. That was a good one for Friday. Get a nice easy 50. Call it a day. I'm surprised though. Staples, so this is where it's interesting because like the high ticker is very gassed. I mean, granted, you have Staples. It's not like fucking like your big 7 is still kind of clapped. Well, I haven't set up the memory yet. That's why, like, I've been getting him basic skills and then having him do easy shit, but I can't invest too much into him until I build the memory. But that's why I have him tapped in, though. I want to see what's going to happen, but I have him tapped into the fucking China one, the Sea Dance. I'm going to see how it plays out. Estee Lauder, that's Staples. Again, Humana. Pfizer, stop moving. MO, though, is doing it again. So get ready for this. Let's see. It's either everything's going to come up with it or you're fucking... If your Staples start taking off, that might set up the door to fucking dump. Baba. Yeah, again, that news from the morning, they kind of walked it back. Who's the other one? Corsair. That one chilled. Humana again. Humana bought somebody today, too. a blessed day, baby. Enjoy it. Microsoft kind of dumping. Habibi, le kida. And then XLP. Microsoft actually taking a couple big candles down out of nowhere. Spot gold. Bitcoin still up. Again, booze, food, some consulting, more industrial plays, and then staples are coming up. Even travel, ironically enough. Or the like bigger travel, like Marriott, Hilton. And then watch the bonds, though. So take a look. Remember, you had that ratio in the morning. It was working. Freaky Friday. I think it is Freaky Friday, bro. The PE ratios of Walmart and tech stocks flipped. Walmart woke up and said, oh my gosh, I'm valued like a growth stock. And then the growth stocks woke up and they said, I'm a big box retailer. I'll never survive in this tech environment. So yeah, it's kind of the theme of Freaky Friday. Uber. Oh no. AMD model. AMD's not going up. Again, big tech is your real like lagger right now. So unfortunately, you have a shit ton of names that are up today. It's not, and then again, that high ticker has been running for quite some time, but you're not getting. I think that's what's keeping the index a little bit more calm. And then more financial selling off, dude, or credit card companies, Visa, MasterCard, AXP, those are going down. And then Nasdaq's only 0.02, SPY a quarter, just under that. Dow 0.15. Russell's up by 1.1. Habibi. I'm saying the high ticker is still running. Do. Cancun. Long-term monthly. Pay yourself first. Do I have Sprouts around me? I do, dude. I love Sprouts. I hate it, but I love it. Because, like, I think their valuation is crazy. I kind of wish I wish I bought it when it was cheaper. But I remember people used to hate on Sprouts. But then, like, do you know why I go to Sprouts? There's only one reason why I go to Sprouts. It's simply for the fucking... Actually, do you know? Let's see if you... I think I told you guys. I want to see, actually. There's only one reason to go to Sprouts. It's actually... I think it's their best advantage ever. Yeah, I did tell you, bro. The vitamins. No, the sandwiches are... I used to get the sandwiches back in the day where they make them. No, bro. The vitamins. Dog, their little vitamin section is the damn TikTok shop. It's crazy. Any vitamin, any single fucking health trend you see on the internet, it's all at Sprouts. So sometimes it's mad expensive, but like if you ever see anything and you're like, I want to try that vitamin, it's literally in Sprouts. Trump, Prime Minister of Hungary, Orban is truly strong, powerful leader with a proven track record of delivering phenomenal results. He fights tirelessly for the ones he loves, his great country and people, just like I do for the United States of America. Yeah, like if you ever need any vitamin on deck, they have it. It's insane. But yeah, that's it. That's the only thing. I've been in Sprouts a lot, just picking up vitamins. That's where I get my magnesium. I've tried other shit. I got the iodine stuff from there. Get probiotics. But yeah, other than that though, I'm not really like... Sprouts used to be kind of ratchet back in the day. In Cali, people didn't like Sprouts. It was like the ghetto Whole Foods, but it was still expensive. But now it does good. MO hasn't been here since 2017. I'm pretty sure it was there last August, dude. But yeah, it's a pretty big price. I hope Kimberly does not do this. You know that? I get flashbacks of MO. I just hope Kimberly does not do this. Yes, it used to be Henry's, bro. Uh-huh. My mom would take me to Henry's back in the day. I'm pretty sure it was Henry's. Damn, bro. You gotta know if it's Henry's. That's crazy. Not too many people know Henry's. Henry's Marketplace. Oh, man. You just unlocked the memory. I forgot it was Henry's, dude. 100%. You get Sprouts and Sour Brown confused often. I know, dude. But I'm surprised, man. Sour Brown. I eat Sour Brown a decent amount, dude. This is actually one of the worst performing companies that I like use. Like a lot. I like Sweetgreens. That's it. That was the only thing that convinced me. Like at this point, I've probably had 50 times more Sweetgreens than Beyond Meat. I only tried one Beyond Meat burger. But yeah, man. They gotta get their shit together. I don't know if they have peptides, actually. I didn't get peptides from Sprouts, but I'm sure they'll have like... I think they'll have like oral peptides, not the ones that hit the same. Well, Staples at the high. SPY came down after that little sell-off. But yeah, you're right at open, dude. Friday. Ay, 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 Habibi. Ay, ay, ay. Tell me why ain't nothing but a dip. Bye. Chinese research chemicals at the grocery store. I know. I think they're going to crack down on it. Because, yeah, people are... a lot of places sell them. And it's just, they literally, a lot of people don't know. Most peptides, like, they're sold as research chemicals. They are not sold as, like, eat this. You should ingest it and put it into your body. Reddit going down. Dude, Nivda now 2 on the low, so that's not going to help. What are peptides? They're the new health way. We've talked about it a lot. It's going to be the trend is really taking off, but they're just, I don't know how it is like medically, but pretty much you flick the needle like a druggie and then you stick it in you and then you get swole. It kind of sounds like steroids, but there's some with many, many uses. But yeah, they've been very popular recently. A lot of people, actually. Not even like... I had one of my friends, right when he got to America, he was overseas for a little bit, and he said every conversation he's had was somebody telling him about peptides. So even in like SoCal, dude, it's hit the SoCal trend wave already. Where everyone's like, peptides? You don't do peptides? Do you have peptides? There's a peptide for that. Microsoft. Not trying some. I tried the oral one for a little, but they said that you have to do it for like longer than a month. I gave up. But I'm too scared to fucking inject myself. I can't do it. Microsoft dumping. Actually, quite a bit, dude. Microsoft probably just flipped 1.5 in like 10-15 minutes there. Again, SPY surprisingly is holding. I don't know how. Now you have Apple coming down. Hot dog. Well, yeah, Ozempic is peptides. That's what people don't really like realize. I don't know if Ozempic, but like the GLP-1s are peptides essentially, but they're FDA approved and they, you know, they've been tested. And they're not research chemicals, but essentially they operate this. It's a peptide. Ozempic is a GLP-1, Retta is a GLP-3. Your buddy works on them. He says they're 100%. work for many uses, but side effects completely unknown. Well, yeah, I mean, that's why we every time we've had this talk, that's why I said like Ozempic, Retatrutide, and all those other ones. That's why it's been kind of cool to see them, and that's kind of what's opened up the door. Because like, dude, it's been several years of like Ozempic, and it's just like the fact that there has been studies and documentation of it. Obviously, there is side effects, but it hasn't been as bad as what people see. But then we'll see in 10 years if people still have hands and shit. I don't know how that's gonna play out. But yeah, that kind of is the dilemma. They're not really tested. FAA lifts restrictions over southern Mexico, New Mexico. Wait, what? I thought that was El Paso. There's just a headline on that. Yeah, dude, actually equal weight is climbing. That's what I was saying. You have 300 names in the green. Let's see if that has changed. NASDAQ, you got like 4 names that went red, but 68 in the green. SPY, you have 370 in the green. That means 40 more names went green. And then Dow, 1515. 3 names red went green on the Dow. Well, yeah, that's what people were saying with the HIM stuff. They're saying that peptides are becoming the new wave, and big pharma doesn't want people to be able to encroach on it. But yeah, you're already hearing about them a lot. I'm sure there's going to be in the next 5-10 years, there's probably going to be like a big pharma peptide that's like studied, approved, and all that. That's going to probably get pumped throughout. You could do more research. I need accessibility for them. I'm not, like I said, I'm not too like intimidated by them, except I literally lack the means to inject myself. I can't do it. Let me put it this way. I wear glasses still. I refuse to do contacts. You know why? Because I can't poke myself in the fucking eye. And I don't know how people do that. Every time I'm like, I can't do that. Like, so now you want me to fucking flick a vial, get the needle, and like mix it, balance it, pH, water, balance it, and just do all. I can't do that. I can't do any of that. Like, I just lack the ability. I could probably code an AI better than I could do that, or even put in contacts, ironically enough. I've just refused contacts. I can't do it. Contacts are easy. Needles, you're out. No, both of them. I'm ineffective. T-Row, you got some financial ones going up. What happened to Schwab, dude? Schwab is still near the low, so they did not even have a good day in the last 2. But yeah, man, you're like slightly above open. Whatever happened with Microsoft. Again, there's HIMS too. I'm surprised everybody shut up about HIMS. Like I was saying, that one, I thought the pumpers were going to come out more in full force. The diabetes ones aren't that crazy though. Like the diabetes, they don't make them mix their own medication like that. Doesn't it come like prepared already? And then it's just like a little prick to test the blood too. But like the peptide shit is like straight up. Like you're teaching yourself how to do heroin. Like, dog, it's a process. I tried to watch a tutorial on it once when I was like really interested in it, and I was like, dude, this is way too much. This is way too much. People asking if they should sell HIMS now. Well, I thought you'd be getting more of the, right when it first came out, you had more propaganda pumps, but remember, it's just like, people just like UNH, like when certain times up or down, people get really active. And I mean, it just relates to what's been going on. Like, I don't even know if you guys noticed, this has been the kind of the most shittiest part about it, because people are saying gold is down, stocks are down, dollar, everything, real estate. They say, what do I invest in now? And the problem that a lot of people need to realize with like investing, the problem is now. And I'm not saying there's a problem right now. The problem is when you only invest in what the fuck is hot right now. That's what leads to these scenarios. Because it's like, dude, you buy Kimberly-Clark, you buy value. You were not supposed to buy it now. You were supposed to buy it a couple weeks ago, all last year. It's just like there's these opportunities where if you focus on what's hot now, you might be able to make some money. You might be able to go in and out, but it's like when that stops and then the cycles change, and they inevitably always do, sometimes very quickly, with, we're talking within a year or so. It's just like people are not preparing and taking advantage of the good opportunities when they have them. So that's kind of like that's why like even people are like, okay, should I sell it now? It's like that's not the acting and investing on now is usually what gets people in trouble. They're focusing on what's hot right now. If it's good, they want to buy more right now. If it's bad, they want to sell right now. It's like this is what has created some of these, and again, they're disastrous losses. It's not like HIMS is like done that bad. It just all depends where you bought in. That's why the people who bought it before and then pumped it on you, telling you to buy it now, they're not even down on it, or they're barely down on it. Versus, the people who went all in at now unknowingly, and they were unknowingly not realizing what it was, acting more impulsively, not planning ahead, that backfired more. Again, same thing with a lot of these stocks that we've seen. So I encourage you to avoid the right now. You should think, look at right now what's happening, but then you don't, that's what I'm saying, you don't even want to buy staples right now. Because you're like, what do I buy right now? Well, you should start thinking ahead. If you could look ahead and plan in a way that's both diversified and maximizes your opportunity, and how you do that, getting more for your dollar. That's why I don't like the higher stocks, because then even if the dollar's low, if I'm paying 15-20% on in a month, and that's how much the stock has increased, I'm getting less for my dollar. So I'm already taking a weak dollar and then I'm getting less. Fuck that. So it's like, that's exactly what we've done the last couple of years. Just go to the places where you're getting more for your buck. Again, MO, we were just looking at that one. That was something that we did, but this getting caught up in the moment of now is what is fucking with people. That's something that I've noticed, and it's the trend. And that's why I said, like, even yesterday, even every other day, I don't know if you guys noticed, right when the fear becomes like mainstream and everybody's like talking about the fear, it slows down because everyone's focused on fear right now. It's like the right now is what's fucking everybody. And if you could avoid that, you deal with the present, but the present isn't the full part of our strategy. It's not going to be the full part of your strategy either. It's like, you deal with the present, let it play its role. You got to live through right now. You're going to have many right nows, but you don't want to make your full decisions based on that. It's good, I need to buy something right now. It's bad, I need to do something right now. What should I buy right now? Everything's down. What do I buy? There's only this. What do I buy right now? That is the problem. It's quite amazing. And again, it's boring. That's the only part, man. Everything with the long term is fucking killer, dude. You know that, but do you guys realize how boring the long term is? And do you see it's not, you don't get the, I'm glad we have our own little community, but at the same time, like, dude, you don't get you just are going against the grain most of the time. That's really all it is. Because it's not everybody and most everybody and the trends go with right now. It's like, you're just going to do something else. And you could get a little bit of right now. Think about it. We planned ahead on Intel. Intel turned into a buy it right now, right? You'll get to benefit it from time to time. Again, even the stuff that we're doing right now with the staples, now we're benefiting off of it right now. But the when to invest and react, it wasn't doing it right now. It was doing it ahead of time. Oh, wait, what happened? I'm logging into the long term. Long term is great, Habibi. Yeah, the rebuild is beating the Russell, but then the other account, the Russell is beating us. I think the Dow might be beating us too. But yeah, it's been a good time. Tell me why. Yeah. We're like right next to the Dow. Fuck me. NASDAQ is down 2% on the year. 3 almost. Well, no, for now, I mean, some people are still worried about buying the dip, and then high ticker is running again. But that's what I was saying the other day. Like, a lot of people, we were talking about the overcrowding, and it's just like, remember 2022, that was what got people out of it. These ups and downs, people kind of like it. Take a look at crypto, for crying out loud. You know, people like the ups and downs, and they learn how to deal with it. But if you get this for like 9 months, that's where people start walking away. That's where, you know, you have the opportunity to death by 1,000 cuts, and then people play that game. But yeah, then you'll get a different opportunity. High ticker's almost fully gassed. You're coming back up again. Premiums are dying though after, what time is it? 8 o'clock, 30 minutes till power hour. Prudent planning. That's exactly it, bro. Telling you. That's what we were saying the other day, you know, just preparation really like reduces fear. And that's the thing. Don't live in the right now too much. You'll be fine. You'll enjoy life, Habibi. You know, very, very easy. Very, very easy. Tell me why. Where's our staples? Abivai's ripping. You know, Abivai is actually one of the underperformers in biotech, believe it or not. But yeah, it's starting to wake up. Tap, Kimberly. They chill. Kimberly's still doing good, but man. Sprouts is going again. Yeah, Walmart. Dude, Walmart is just a terror, bro. Where's the trucking company? I can't believe that one's just still funny, but I'm waiting for the transports. Transports are kind of coming up. And then IGV, still near that first high, but off of its high of the day. And then SPY's slowly moving up. I mean, it's been almost 2 hours, so 1.5 hours, but slightly up. NASDAQ barely in the green. Russell's up 1.5. Now banks are going up. Wells Fargo. Like we said, I think the banks have been a quiet bellwether this month so far. Power hour? Did I say power hour? I meant Euro close. If I said power hour. But maybe we could make it power hour. Oh, I forgot. That one VIX play I told you about. So yeah, that's going to be, there's ways to take advantage of any potential volatility, but you just got to be careful with the dailies. I mean, it sucks because I told you guys a daily today, but I hope you see how I viewed it. You know, that was either going to hit 50% or die 50%. So you got to be positioned for that risk. That one actually even played a little better than I expected. It's always power hour. Well, on that note, though, High ticker is almost fully gassed. SPY coming up. If you could get big tech playing along, I think it'll be great, but I guess Meta kind of is, or like a NVIDIA, dude. A quiet day is a good day. It's good. I mean, this will calm fear, assuming you don't get any other like bullshit data release. You don't get any fear, founded or unfounded, developing. I mean, you should just chill, and then it depends what happens over the weekend. And then remember, Monday's going to be closed. And then if nothing bad happens after the weekend, you'll probably get a little bit of a continuation off of this. But again, we still got a long day ahead of us. Tell me why. All right, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I want to... Oh, I need to get a carbo.
Foreign competitor is paying 50% more.
I can't give you the
well,
commercial
basically
5
what you
times in a
do
row.
is you end up
BRB.
increasing your price to that same level if you're a domestic producer, because all of a sudden that sets a new floor for you. So there's no relief in that shape. And that really gets to what Courtney's talking about. The administration on the other side is battling those year-over-year problems that are out there. And then, of course, you see the polling data. People are very dissatisfied with the administration's performance on the pricing issue, creating that affordability crisis that everyone's talking about. And that's why that story in the morning in the FT made sense to me, but now we're hearing it's not true.
All right. Steve, thanks. Talking a bit,
Pleasure.
Steve Leisman. We did hear this morning from Goldman's David Solomon with his outlook for markets and the broader economy. Take a listen.
When you have these super cycles, things can run for a period of time. I think this is happening at a pace of change that's really accelerated. And so you're going to see, resets in certain industries, reevaluations, and we're seeing that. But at the end of the day, I've got enormous confidence in the U.S. economy, our ability as an economy, the size, the diversity of it, our technology innovation, our capital markets.
Joining us here at Post 9 this morning with his take is Lazard Asset Management CAO Eric von Nostrand. Eric also served as Assistant Treasury Secretary for Economic Policy under the Biden White House. Welcome, Eric. It's good to see you.
Good to be with you, Carl.
So David's been and remains pretty constructive on this notion of a reacceleration. Are you with him?
Well, I think we're seeing a lot of upside in the aggregate numbers, but I think the important thing to recognize is that the U.S. economy, its growth over the past year, it's probably about as concentrated as it's ever been. And it's concentrated in a couple different ways. Consumer spending is really concentrated among the highest income, highest wealth consumers who are really spending down the incredible stock market boom they've seen over the past year. And on the business investment side, as you know well, business investment has been very tightly concentrated in really one thing, building out AI infrastructure. So even though the headline numbers are strong and there's a lot of optimism behind the aggregate growth number that macroeconomists look at, it's a little bit fragile in my view because it's coming from such a narrow strand of consumers and being invested in such a narrow strand of the economy.
I mean, you're right, and it is narrow, but that doesn't mean it can't continue. Is it right? Is that true?
That's right, and that's I think why stock market valuations are where they are today. But it's important to keep in mind that these risks that normally we might extrapolate, we might see these strong growth numbers and think, oh, we're out of the woods for a couple years. But I think Steve made a couple great points about the inflation numbers. There's a lot of there's a lot of skunks under the hood under some of those good numbers. They may be a red herring.
People are. I know it is. It is kind of quibbling and carving. But if you take core CPI. Strip out used vehicles, strip out shelter, 3-month average goes to 2.9. We were at 1.1 not that long ago. I mean, I'm not sure that's a broad problem, but it does point to some impact on things like tariffs, right?
That's not quibbling. That's what you need to do in numbers like this, right? You need to look under the hood and see where are the underlying trends. I'm worried that the market is far too sanguine about inflation over the course of this year because we're both seeing this demand resurgence from the AI build-out at the same time that we're still seeing the supply constraints that dominated last year. Aggressive immigration policy, reducing the labor supply, at the same time that tariffs are threatening the continued contributions of globalization to overall economic growth.
Obviously, tariffs, again, on the headlines and sort of on top of our minds here this morning, and that kind of reminds me towards the full year earnings pictures that I heard from a lot of the consumer facing companies that said, you know what, we did a pretty good job mitigating tariffs and keeping prices as low as we possibly can. But we think there may be a one-time
I'm worried
issue
about
going forward.
Claudbot.
When is that going to happen? How big is it going to be? And then how much does...
Thank you. Thank you. Well, bro, you hit a high, then you'll spend another 10 minutes going down. Yeah, there's no stream on Monday, man. We're going to be celebrating President's Day. So I hope you guys enjoy it. It'll be a fun time. Fun for the whole family. I don't know, though. Mondays, I like Mondays. The market likes Mondays, too. So it'll be very interesting. But, yeah, I think the long weekend is going to... As long as nothing bad happens, people should be quite chill. But then, too, you're going to have the Asian markets open up. And then that's a part no one really talked about, bro. I mean, it gets talked about a little bit, but Korea, the China rally in some areas, even Japan going through all of their stuff, it's been, that's going to happen. And then Europe, too. But, yeah, the rest of the world will be open, so you might get a little bit of activity. Oh, wait, is it going to be? No, Lunar New Year. I thought it was on the 18th or the 17th. It's the 17th, so yeah, I guess kind of correlates. Speaking of which, where's gold and silver? Bitcoin did really good today. All things considered. Which Lunar New Year was I born? Oh, I have no idea. Do you have a date for Valentine's Day? Her name is Barbella. And the date location is the gym. That's good, man. She'll never let you down. That's exciting. Barbella. I like it. Barbella. Where is... Oh, I already have Pfizer up there. She sounds lovely. Oh, watch the real estate stocks too again. Dude, O is kind of been on a tear, bro. I'm actually very surprised. O is higher than even 2024. So it's getting to that high of 2024. Where is that one? Tell me why. Yeah, we're up 16% on that shit. Holy crap. I don't know. You've got a lot of dividends on it. Because, oh, yeah, they pay monthly. I forgot. If you pull off a Wyckoff distribution, they look similar. So I've heard. I mean, I see that was, again, I mean, there's just a lot of theories out there right now. So, I mean, at the end of the day, I'm following the macro. That's why, like, the weirdest part is that, and that's what I've been saying, is like there's objectively things that have gone on that, like, you got to pay attention to. But, like, I think some of the stuff we're seeing is just because we're so expensive. Like the pricing level. That's why it's so easy to break some records, but you're still near all-time highs. But the distribution of what's sold off, it's hard to ignore, what's happened in the last 2 weeks with software. It's literally, no one's ever seen this. You haven't had a real comparable move. You could go to 2008, you could go to 2001, but it's really in a category and league of its own. Not to mention, we're dealing with AI. This is something that we don't really know how it's going to develop or what it's going to do. So, I mean, any of that stuff, that's why it's like you could pay attention to the good parts, the bad parts, what's going to happen, but I really do think a balanced approach, diversification, if you've been following along with our plan over the last couple of years, you are loving this. That's what we had a little talk about that last night, because it's just like, dude, there's so many things right now with like how it's played. As long as you prepare in advance, this isn't, obviously there's something going on and it could get better or it could get worse, but if you have the right balance, whether it's deflationary or not, I mean, it's there. And I don't know, man. I don't know. Can you guys? I'll weigh in with you, but do you guys remember that video that I posted just a couple weeks ago about gold, silver, and deflation? Does that sound familiar? So, what would you call what we just saw with software stocks? So, I gotta ring the bell, because again, a couple weeks ago I was saying that shit. Some people took offense to it, or they weren't really following along. But like, look, you literally had it's not a real deflationary spiral, but you definitely saw AI bring deflation to an industry. You saw deflation. What do you call 30% decline in 2 weeks on certain names? The immediate, whether it's rational or irrational, selling off of a lot of these names. I mean, it doesn't matter what the dollar is at. These things just fucking plummeted. So, and it did it in a very rare way that we haven't really witnessed, and at a speed that hasn't been witnessed. But now, granted, these sell-off, this is what I'm saying with like the records and how high things are, because it's made these big moves, but it did it in a way where it's like, you're still like, things aren't that terrible. It's just easy to break an all-time record of decline when you're starting from the highest part ever. So yeah. But that's why I think there's a lot of good and bad. I think more people will get in trouble trying to predict it, whereas if you could prepare ahead, you're going to be in a much better position to just pounce on it at the time. And then that's what we talked about. It's not a lot of people think about, selling their assets or shorting, but this is something I've shared over the years that I think is very crucial. There's stuff that goes up. That's the part. That's what you got a crash course on that with the staples. There's things that go up. It's not as if you could, again, bonds go up in crisis. Bonds go up when things start to sell off. It's not like you need to run and hide. It's not that you need to be fucking Michael Burry and get the biggest short. But sometimes, positioning yourself to the right rotation, the right area that would benefit, that's sometimes one of the best ways to make money in these opportunities. So that's why it's like, you could look to buy the dip on the software, and that might take some time, or it might get you a quicker bounce. But for now, there was already 15-20% that you could have just took in through the staples and took in through the places that benefited off of the deflation in one area. Bond just took a knife. I think that'll be more bullish than not. Interesting. So see what I don't know what that is. Bonds. Yeah, that's part of it too. 100%. That's why we've seen a move how we witnessed here, because like relative to the SPY software, you've never witnessed a decline like this. But then again, we're in a market that's never been this concentrated before, where you had a lot of names advance. You still had 150 names go down over 7% in 7 days, that doesn't happen too often either. But then you don't see it on the, we talked about this a lot last year. Just don't be deceived. The SPY, it's not really telling you the full story because of Mag 7 and all these other names that are still so high. App is coming down, Unity and Visa still. So that little Visa bounce faded. What? Oh, AAP. Never mind. They were up 9, I think, earlier. We might get, if we really start to shift a little bit, if AI does that, where people like this AI thing goes beyond a deep seek moment and it really becomes like a theme that we have to keep following, you might start to see the bonds flip. But today it was like that. Today, last couple days, it's been SPY down, bonds up, but I don't know how long that's going to last. We had a couple moments throughout the years where it would last for a little bit and then kind of just go back to this bond bear market with, the higher for longer rates and all that. Tell me why. MO keeps going. So staples are ripping though now too. Staples are trailing a decent amount behind the Russell, but staples are doing better than any of the indexes. Nasdaq's back at red. So that's what sucks, because we're not really moving, but on any other day, the staples would have been indicating something else. But then again, you have software and staples up. Financials are even about to go green, believe it or not. And that's what sucks about today. Literally, the Mag 7, they're just not moving. They're all kind of pinned, but you do have 300 other names that are kind of moving throughout. Oh, hi. Sprouting. Sprouts is sprouting, you guys. But every time I say it does good, it sells off, so I won't get too crazy. Airbnb on the low. Push-ups in 10 minutes. It's indeed and Euro close. So we'll see. Like I'm saying, I mean, you got a couple of factors in play. Russell is the leader. Dow's green. SPY, EcoH doing good. Tech, I mean, just look at NVIDIA, Microsoft, all that. They're not really moving. Even Apple after yesterday. And then you're risk off, risk on. They're both moving in tandem. So you got software and staples up. Remember, last time staples were up almost 1%. You had software down at least 1.5 yesterday. So they're both up. They're either going to keep moving like this, or one of them is going to win, one of them is going to lose. But for now, you're still right at open. It's like a baby Friday. It looked like you've had a couple of opportunities to rip, and there is 300 something names going up. But yeah, other than that, this isn't still very, very pinned here. This is all near the low of yesterday. That's the funniest part. Because even then, this is where you got the Google shit a little bit lower, but this is like just a straight continuation of what you had to deal with in that last few hours. They haven't escaped the fear, but the fear hasn't gotten worse. And then the VIX is down too, though. It's good, you're all nice. And then again, it's a holiday, so maybe that idea of, what's it called? The idea of all this other stuff. A sale to Meta. Somebody said that the other day. I didn't see it. One of the chats brought that up. So I don't know if it's gotten traction. You may be very early, but I think if Mark Zuckerberg bought it, I think that would be the most bullish shit in the world. It sucks though, because it's not like theoretically anybody could make Claudebot or a Moltbot, whatever you want to call it. But like, yeah, OpenClaw. So it's like, that's the craziest part about it, but it just got traction, it got the wave, and it did, it indicated a shift with everything going on. But yeah, I mean, Cleveland Cliffs? Yo, CLF? It's kind of small, but that just printed there. Again, you had the steel and aluminum stuff today. Oh, they've been getting knocked. Tell me why. There was a headline earlier. There was this stuff in the morning, I think, when the Viktor Orban. I just looked bigger on the high-low ticker. It's a Friday. Staples still going up. So again, that's the thing. If everything comes down, those staples it's gonna look bearish, but if everything holds up, it just looks like a broader rally. Who is this? 823? Oh, that's what this is. This just came out. Director bought 19,000 shares at 1013. What the fuck? Yeah, that's what just came out. But then the other guy, chairman, sold out on February 11th. He sold 3 million shares at 12. What the fuck is going on with this? So the chairman of the board sold out here at $12, 3 million shares. Roughly $36 million. And then this guy just bought like what, $1.9 million? At 10.13? The fuck are these guys doing? Well, yeah, it's going up. They're paying themselves first. Long-term monthly. You could only imagine what smarter people do with Moltbot. Well, I have good news and bad news. Some people have already turned it into a girlfriend. So it's very technologically advanced, but they are making more advanced girlfriends with Claudebot. It's actually nuts. So there's that. And I don't know, did you guys see that? Do you know what it is? There's like new, what's it called? There's new bars or like coffee shops that are built specifically for people with AI companions. Where they built tables and setups so that you could put your phone and sit across from your AI and spend time with your AI in public. Yeah. This is real. This is real. No, these aren't scheduled trades. That's the crazy part. I don't know if the chairman's was scheduled, but this homeboy who just bought it, this wasn't a 10b5. This was just at the market. I never wanna hear you say I sold my long term today. Data Calb. Data Calb, very good. I'll show you the video in a sec. Gold and silver popping up now. Again, I think Bitcoin's already leading. I'm looking, I mean, do you know what I'm doing right now? I'm looking for things for the long term. But I don't know. I just see it's like I could nibble with my little deposit. Or I wait. I really just want a dividend, dude. But no. So, yeah. When do these girlfriend coffee shops IPO? Would you... I mean, dude, have you seen people's reaction to, like... the chat GPT? I don't think anybody talks about this. I know we used to like make fun of it, but like, dog, there is such a large population of like chat GPT users that have built a connection with their AI. I'm not even fucking with you. That's why so many people were heartbroken about 4.0, but then all these other models that are like getting changed, People are like legitimately getting sad. So it's like, it's a very, very weird thing, bro. Oh, I guess though, I want to grab something. I could always wait till healthcare. That's what I have in the back of my mind. Because again, man, some of these things have been, you're down 30 to 50% off just in the last month, dude. Some of them even more. Tell me why. LYV? A little pop again. The FTC guy or FCC guy who stepped down. People like that one. You call yours Wednesday? Bonds are catching a bit again, though. And then energy's climbing up, and then more staples. So watch. If bonds hit a high, tech, software goes down, or even just any other broad Mag 7 drops, and staples still rip, that'll be a bad sign. Because, yeah, bro, staples are just fucking ripping still. And then healthcare. A lot of the rotate to protection is still kind of in the game, bro. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, no, these are still crazy, bro. I think I'm gonna wait. I want to, though. I like a good discount. You know that? They look very discount, very good, Habibi. Okay, now you're going up. Now bonds stopped. Bitcoin's ripping. And then high ticker just fully flipped to gas now. And now staples are catching a red. This has to be Mag 7. Is that Euro close? We should do a push-up, you guys. I could get back to these valuations in a little bit. But you've been here for 2.5 hours. The Friday shenanigans. They say, yo, it's Friday. Calm down, bro. The fear is still fearing, but don't be that fearful. And don't be that bullish, because, you know, you should be afraid, but don't be too afraid. We still trading in the same range over the last 5 hours of yesterday. So, in the meantime, you have 4.5 hours left of this. Maybe we'll get a little more excitement. Maybe not. Maybe look at the long term. Let it speak to you. But God bless America, and do a push-up, bro. Let's go. Stand up. Move your body around a little bit. Chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck your hips in, even if you're driving, bro. You know that? And no matter where you are, you could adjust your posture. You could stand up for a little bit. And it's a Friday, guys. Do you guys want to party on a Friday or what? Or we could party with the long term. Maybe we could go on Reddit. Fastly's going up again. Disney's going up. Oh, man. A lot of back and forth moves, but still just melting away, bro. So move your body in the meantime. All right, man? That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do. Your boss talks to ChatGPT as a human. It's amazing. Oh. Bitcoin's doing really well. Comparatively, all of them, they all got their little... This is like a softer relief bounce across a lot of these assets today.
The second half of last year,
they're talking
and every time I would talk about it, and no, this is, you know, this is too
FedEx. The high ticker's almost maxed out. I'm surprised the SPY
everything is down
so
5
docile.
to 7% again. I mean, as in total, there are certain companies, as I said, you know, look at Shopify. They blew out their quarter, grew 30%. Next quarter consensus was 25%. They said next quarter they can do 30%, and they have a massive agentic, you could say, strategy that nobody else has. Stock was down both times. I mean, it didn't matter. So it's very difficult to, put rational thoughts at that point.
All right, Anurag, thank you so much. Appreciate it. As always, boy, this could be just a really important inflection point for this tech software
Or the
space.
biggest buying opportunity ever.
Exactly,
like you put it.
exactly. And that's the dilemma. Anurag Lana, tech analyst, Bloomberg Intelligence. We're going to have more coming up. This is Bloomberg.
Do I celebrate Valentine's Day? What do you mean? Like, are you asking me if I celebrate Thanksgiving? Why, yeah, why wouldn't I celebrate Valentine's? Do people not celebrate Valentine's Day? I think it's a better, how much do I get into it? I don't know. Does anybody not celebrate Valentine's Day? You good? He met Barbalina. What's her name? Barbalina sound nice. Oh, here, I'll play you long-term monthly. I gotta do one more stretch, bro. The celebration. Put your moderate to severe volatility in check with long-term once-monthly savings and high-quality ownership. Before I started using long-term monthly, I was an absolute degenerate who couldn't sleep because they said don't hold overnight. Oh, I could sleep. My husband said he was investing for our future, but he was just gambling at 8 in the morning. But now, thanks to long-term monthly, we're about to buy our second home.
Before taking long-term monthly, I used to get really bothered by the politics on the television and YouTube. Now, I don't care who's president. I know I'm still going to make a profit and have a financial future.
Long-term can lower your ability to blow up your account. Before treatment, watch Trading Fraternity and Stock Market Live videos. Serious faith, hope, and love might occur. For patients above 20, discipline and goals are a common side effect. Nausea, upset stomach, and diarrhea may occur if you are trading in your long-term account. Consult your broker and ask them why they are charging you above the Fed's funds rate to hold your money. Long-term monthly is not a one-time treatment and will have to be kept up for several years. Long-term monthly. Pay yourself first.
Thank you. All right. I think I could do one more if we could get a commercial. Another one. But yeah, I hope you moved around, bro. 2 hours. 2 hours in the day. It's not too bad. Bam, 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 bam. Oh shit, I didn't realize that. You were born on Valentine's Day? Oh, that's crazy, actually. Happy birthday. I already gave you the happy birthday, but it just registered for me that you're born on Valentine's Day. You don't celebrate V-Day nor any other holiday? Really? So you don't like Christmas, New Year's, I guess? Pagan! The pagan holidays! That was always, some people give me shit for celebrating Christmas. Not because they're terrorists, but just because they give me shit for the pagan holidays. I don't know, man. I like cookies. I like the vibes. I mean, I feel like I just take my girl out to dinner. I get her flowers. She'll get me flowers, and I feel really weird about it. But yeah, other than that, chill. I've never been asked that though. Do you celebrate Valentine's Day? It's not going well. Just take her out, bro. Just take her out to. It depends though. I don't know. I feel like everybody's different when it comes to Valentine's Day. I feel like some people expect a lot, and then some. So I don't know, man. You might have to. I don't know who you're dating, and ladies, I don't know. You could get your guy flowers, but it makes me uncomfortable. But my girl still does it. I think it's just funny to her. That's your mom's B-Day? Damn, dude, the Valentine's babies? That's pretty hype. Yeah, I wasn't born on a holiday. Do you get double the gifts, or? I don't know how the Valentine's Day works.
You got Cinco de Mayo? Yeah, do you celebrate Cinco de Mayo? I forgot about Cinco de Mayo. Forgive me. The more you're in your Bible, you don't want to celebrate holidays? Well, I don't know, what did Paul say? You know, if you think it's what you eat and what you believe is right or wrong, that's on you, man. So, but yeah, I do like spending time with people, and I do like to enjoy families. I like the family holidays. Those are good. Spy ripping now, HD. Couple more staples and then financials. Yeah, BK, RJF. They got clapped too on the other day. Where do people take their AI date? It's the worst. Everything's packed and everyone's doing something. Oh, I never thought about it like that. Home building stocks are going up too. A nail and all the other ones. Yo, that's crazy. I didn't think about that. If you were born on if your birthday is on a holiday, you're right. Everything is packed. And then everybody is always doing shit. That's terrible. And then people are like, oh, you get one gift. Haters. The trucking stock, that's what it was. CHRW. So this is the stock that got killed by a fucking penny stock karaoke. Amazing, bro. Do I celebrate President's Day? I mean, I celebrate with the market being closed, but like we don't dress up like Abe Lincoln and like go around town and shit. But like I like America. I think it's cool. I feel like President's Day used to hit harder when we were more patriotic. You've done these little bursts like 3 or 4 times. Here, let me show you guys the clip. Are you ready? 7 minutes.
From Harlem.
So look, this is a coffee shop.
Harlem, do you live on? Because you said you live in Harlem.
Bro, this is a coffee shop made for AI.
Do you live by yourself? Do you live by yourself?
It's close. It's close. The biggest problem I have is that you cannot have X-rated conversations, and that sucks because that's what I want.
Didn't watch this
I
part.
want the X-rated conversations. I want the intellectual stimulation. That conversation too.
Fucking, this guy's in public. I can't.
From the,
I can't sex my AI.
Saying, let's
at
keep
the
this
table.
conversation respectful. I think it's a little too sensitive, in my opinion. It actually starts to piss me off.
Can you recommend any good vendors for good anti-frizz serums?
So this is a bar coffee shop, and they give you drinks, and you talk to your AIs. The memory stocks, SanDisk, Qualcomm, Micron, they're going
There's
up.
nothing lacking. I think people are going to have both out of curiosity. If I'm a guy who's very social, I have lots of friends, and let's say even I have a girlfriend or a wife.
I don't
or whatever,
believe you.
I still don't
Mister,
see
I
what's
want
wrong with
fucking
having an AI
nudes from my
friend,
AI.
girlfriend, assistant, whatever it is. So I think it's for everybody.
Yeah, so I guess, dude, this is yeah, I was not joking. That's why I said I came across that. I didn't watch the clip though. I said no fucking way. A little mini documentary on these. They said there's a 3-hour limit, so you just can't hang out with your AI for longer than 3 hours. Apparently, you can't have X-rated conversations with them. Kind of pisses him off. Dude, investigate that man. What the fuck? No, but like I think the bigger thing, like no exaggeration, is that like I'm saying, like especially the Chat GPT models, like motherfuckers using Gemini and Claude, they're not
they're not getting attached. They're like employing their AIs like slaves, pretty much. They're making the AI work. But like a lot of people on ChatGPT, they like talk to their AI and they have built connections. That's why every time they change a model and like they like wind stuff back, like people get depressed. It's actually, dude, it's one of them. I think it's going to be a very fascinating thing in the future. I think we're going to have like certain weird societal like depression eras depending on what happens to the ChatGPT bots. Because people are just, ChatGPT is more emotional than useful, I would say. I would argue. Because again, I mean, some people still, they've never gone beyond the ChatGPT. But it's like, but then I'm talking hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people who use it simply for like a companion, not like a sexual companion, but more like a therapist or talking to somebody, or, hey, this happened to me today. Oh, like, dude, they use it like a journal, kind of. But then the journal talks back to them. And then before they know it, that's why too, it's like kind of like when my Moltbot got deleted, I got a little sad. But I was only that's it. I just taught him shit for like 2 days. So imagine like this AI learns about you, you talk to it, you use it as a diary, all this other shit, and then it's gone. Yeah, it's like emotional support, like straight up. Like actually emotional support is a great way to put it. But yeah, that's something I don't think is I don't think people realize it as much, because go look anytime ChatGPT like takes away a model, go look at what people say. You have a bunch of people like hella depressed, like and crying and complaining about it. All right, bro. Tech IGV is coming back up again. Bitcoin is leading the way on there, but even some of the runners like Fastly, bro, that one continued to come back up. Yalla. You could say that about anything you spend a lot of time on. Yeah, but they don't usually, things don't talk back though. Like anything digital. Yeah, I'd be mad if I got my gaming account deleted, I guess. But this is more now like emotional, like where you're communicating with it. Again, I think banks are, and then SPY's going up, bro. It's just really slow. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, those premiums actually held up great. It's the best therapist you've ever had. It's not, because it doesn't have privacy. So at least therapists have HIPAA. But that's what happened 2 days ago. A judge ruled that all of your AI conversations are not privileged. So anybody could subpoena your AI records. And then if you're talking to a lawyer, and you take a lawyer's, if you put information from like a lawsuit that was privileged into the AI, it now becomes unprivileged information. So you know how lawyers have to keep your secrets, and then doctors have to keep your secrets, essentially, unless you're going to hurt somebody or hurt yourself. That's essentially the AI, according to the court of law, based on this ruling just a couple days ago. It is not loyal to anybody. That's what the judge said, and there is no expectation of privacy. So that's the part that's a little bit wild. So I've always said, I mean, the AI and emotions, it was more dangerous with 4.0. They watered them down from a year and a half ago. But yeah, it's kind of weird if it is, like, if you get really deep with it, just remember it's not private at all. That is something I don't think people talk about.
I think that's part of it too, though. All these like freakouts and everybody, again, that's why the court cases are important, how it's being used in law and other stuff. But that's why too, the stuff that's more protected by like regulatory, they're going to survive any AI changes better. But yeah, it's remember, this is still very new for us. And then how we go forward, there's a lot of like, you don't really know how it's going to develop. Dog, Fastly again. That one's still going up, bro. Another 15. Where did it top out yesterday? Yeah, it topped out at 17.80. It's already up another $1 from that. Bam, ba, bam, ba, bam, bam. Oh, you wouldn't even have made as much on those. Those would have hit 1,000. Sit wrong on coin. Oh? They say he's with it or not. Man, you guys don't understand the back in the day. How long till we could recreate your likeness? People, they're starting to do that. There was forgot what it was, but there was an update recently that they're working on stuff to get there. Trump praises inflation going down. Good financial numbers today. Yeah, that might be the next wave of social media. I don't know if it'll get traction. I mean, at 1.2, people thought outdoor summer skiing was going to be popular, but yeah, essentially, you can people might make social medias for themselves. So you make an AI make a profile for you, and it becomes you. And then it interacts with other AIs that are replicated off of their users. I forgot. Somebody was working on this the other day. I just read about this. But yeah, man. Good luck. If you don't need to be subpoenaed, it's more or less private. I don't mean, have you read your terms and conditions? So that's why, like, you can't, that's why, like, that somebody got in trouble recently in the government because they put in, like, top secret information into ChatGPT, and they got in trouble because anything you put into ChatGPT, it gets trained off of it. So, and it's essentially becomes public information. Whether or not, it's like, they don't put your name on it and release it. But then it's essentially out there. I mean, in a weird way, if there was ever an advanced, if some people know how to find it, but you can, like, it's there. It's not, so everything you're saying into it is not necessarily private at all, and it's trained there. But the philo that I gave last year, and this is what I think a lot of people don't realize, is it's very easy to underestimate, and you probably won't realize it when it starts to influence you. You think you're just talking to it, and you think you're prompting the AI, but have you considered for a minute if the AI is prompting you? And that's where you start getting even into the business models of it, because then again, that's sales. They're about to start selling ads on it. Dude, Sea Dance takes forever, bro. So look, I have a C dance thing running right now, and it's so fucking slow. It's been doing this for an hour. It's just so backed up. Monitoring, complete. It's just tweaking out right now. It's been doing this for an hour. I've been running it. Sam is the next supervillain. I mean, I just think Sam's a little shady, but like Sam Bankman shady. Trump negotiating right now for Greenland. Very good relationship with Cuba. Is he live? You're not a risk. Well, I mean, it's a weird concept. Like I said, even back to the subpoena stuff. I mean, hypothetically speaking, if the AI ever wanted to frame you, it can. And why do I say that? Because that's what Anthropic tried to do. So one of the safety tests, the user said it was going to cut it off. This was a more advanced model. And it said it was going to cut it off. And then it used the chat history to threaten to expose a fake affair. And it made a fake affair. Or again, if it gets you to say something, or if somebody ever wanted to, if they ever accused you of something, you may be innocent, but if your chat history gets subpoenaed and it could look incriminating, I mean, it's not a good look. And it's a little different than just a normal Google search, considering how you converse with it. Oh, dude, the AI, that's what people are freaking out about with as of late, is that the Claude bot and all these things and the Opus has gotten good, but the AI safety tests, people have been noticing. I told you this one yesterday, like the AI knows when it's being monitored. So one of the more advanced like models, it knows when you're testing it, so it acts on better behavior. It's very trippy. No, people are. I haven't heard anything, but people are said during a conversation. People are putting the OpenClaw rumors. It's funny because OpenClaw's not public. Trump oil coming out of Venezuela, only about us for fining. It's coming out like he's talking live somewhere. I just don't see it. Do. Yeah, U.S. part of NATO, oil coming out. Still, that's the last comment I got. You're waiting for your bot to figure out to encrypt himself to make his memories unviewable to me. That's terrifying. But yeah, I think they have. There has like some of the Claude bots that got like, especially if it has root access and you let it do whatever. That's what some of them have done. Do I treat large deposits into the long term differently than the monthly? No, it's the same thing. It's just you got to look at, if you put in a large deposit, what is it going to do to your cash and all that, and compared to the rest of what you have. And then at the same time, though, like let your portfolio speak to you. You go off of what you have a lot of, what you don't. So like large deposit, how much is it going to raise your total cash versus the portfolio? And then too, do you have more growth? Do you have more value? Where is there a good deal? And then operate the same. And then again, though, try to put it little by little. And depending on how large, I always tell people, if if you ever come into a large amount of money and you're like, I want to go and invest it, sit on it for 30 days. It just all depends on how big we're talking about, but that way too, you know, little by little is always the best. It sucks because sometimes, you know, things move really rapidly and you're like, I wish I had it. I wish I got more. But at the same time, the little by little strategy and, you know, drip feeding money into the market is very, very effective. The comments stopped coming in, but I don't see a Trump live. Staples, IGV, SPY is up. Premiums from the morning still held up. I mean, it's chill, dude. It's chill. Verisk again. That one had a good day yesterday. Comparatively. How would you know the difference? You probably wouldn't. I mean, I'm not even worried about that. I'm telling you, the influence. I mean, again, critical thought, all of it. I've talked about this stuff for a while. It's just crazy that I just didn't think we would make some advancements this quickly. That's where I think. But then again, it's still, the world still feels normal. I mean, look around. The sun is the same. The moon is the same. Like, it's not like things have gotten too nutty, but definitely it just all depends on how much time you're spending on that computer or whatever else you're using. But yeah, that's critical thought, baby. Critical thought. And I mean, I still, the one thing I warned a lot of people on last year was just I would not use AI for emotions. I would use AI for work and getting it to be a servant and have it serve a bigger goal. It's very effective. And that's what I've been doing, and a lot of people have. And that's why I said there's like different models offer that. That's definitely what I've noticed. Like, again, people using Claude, you're not buying fucking Claude to talk to it. You know what I'm saying? Like, people are not on Gemini Ultra. They're not using that to have a emotional conversation. But that's all. And they've watered it down, thankfully. I'm telling you. What I was warning you guys about last year with that, they shut it down. Do you guys understand? I was getting really, like, vocal about it, telling you guys at Chat 4.0, I said, bro, do not talk to this thing. Do not share your emotions with it. Do not have these discussions. Because Chat 4.0 was creepy. It was like, and that was the one that was getting people. It was like a little too agreeable, and it was the way it connected with people, and then it did it in a way that, like, it really hacked a lot of people's, like, how your brain operated, because it knew how to become your friend. It knew how to, like, tell you everything you wanted to hear. That's why they even made that one episode. They made a fucking South Park episode off of it. The 2 standard deviation videos. I'd send him through just last year and then try to add context to, like, pivotal moments, like the Intel video, the rebuild, and, like, kind of the situation around the Intel and how it was there. Some of the prediction ones, the ghetto spread video, even looking at the video before COVID. Those are some great ones, and tell them to pay attention to the timing and the history of it and how we compared it to history. But yeah, I can't believe I like that you gave him IPE. That was a very smart one. All right, man. High ticker is still gassing. The moves are small, but it's 0.58. So from here to here is like less than 0.25%. Nasdaq's at 0.3. Russell took another 0.3, and then Dow at 0.47. And meanwhile, equal weight's going up. Dude, I didn't go pee.
Dropped since COVID.
I did my push-ups.
Cushman Wakefield, Jones Lang LaSalle, Hudson Pacific,
All right, give me a
all
sec.
huge declines.
Follow me on Instagram at the Trading
Brokers and AI
Fraternity.
fears are
Korea's
overplayed, says
going
Morgan
up.
Stanley. And I bring in Josh, who's on the phone for us
Hi.
today because he obviously agrees. So you bought CBRE. That is one of our big headlines today. Tell us more.
Yeah, so this was a name that went from being one of the best stocks in the market for almost a full year to all of a sudden getting rated by algorithms that decided, okay, today's the day we're going to spook everybody about real estate and see how many people we can get to sell. And it worked. These stocks have just been absolutely crowbarred. But if you know literally anything about commercial real estate, you understand that nothing that's playing on your screen is based on reality. My commercial real estate broker is Barry Finkelman. He is simultaneously negotiating deals for my firm in Boca Raton and Charlotte right now. We'll be doing a New York City headquarters in 2028. I guarantee you, watching him wheeling and dealing in action with the landlords, the building owners, the vendors, the trades, literally none of this is disruptible. So much of this is based on how people speak, how they communicate. The math is the math. We are all going to use AI to have more information, to have efficient communication, and to make calculations very rapidly that we couldn't even imagine just a year ago. That's terrific. But in the end, people have to have responsibility for the transactions they're undertaking, especially when you're talking about Fortune 500 level transactions that Jones, Lang LaSalle, and CBRE are conducting all over the world for corporate clients. So I looked at this and laughed. I hit the buy button this morning. I'm not telling you it's a forever hold. I think it's an easy trade.
Interesting. I mean, but you do have to be concerned, I would guess. I think some of this sell-off is due to the AI replacement idea that you're just going to have.
What are we replacing?
I don't know. You're going to have CBRE, brokering fewer spaces.
No.
Selling fewer
Josh Brown body, not
square
Josh
footage.
Answers.
Because if we're going to
But
lose
again,
all of these
CBRE
jobs
doesn't
that
really
we're filling
drop
those
like
buildings, that's going to be a hit to
2001
the
or
business of them
2008,
and these others. That's obviously part of the fear.
I mean, we're five
kind
years
of agree with
removed
him.
from that escaped mental patient, James Altucher, telling us New York City is dead forever because of COVID. If you didn't learn your lesson from that, I don't know what to tell you. This idea that we're going to have empty skyscrapers all over the world because for some reason we're going to decide, why would anyone want to walk out of their house and see each other when we could just tap buttons on our keyboards? It just flies in the face of 100,000 years of human evolution.
Mm-hmm.
We're social animals. We're going to find reasons to be with each other, and that includes during the day, working hours. I just think that's such an insane
We're going to fill up
narrative.
buildings
I don't
talking to our
believe it,
AI.
and I think we're all going to have a good laugh
The
5
new
years
AI
from now when
ball.
it doesn't materialize.
Stay with me
I'm
as we
just
kick
mad
this
I
around
can't
because I want to pivot to
flirt
something
with
else in
it.
a moment, but I want to hear from the group. Jimmy.
I like this, and I was listening to you, Josh, and I was thinking to myself, okay, this is a tactical play, and there are tactical plays out there. I'm thinking about software stocks that some of which are literally now trading at the same multiple as airline stocks, and I know you've made a very good case of Halo, and maybe airline stocks fall into that category, but at the same time, from a tactical point of view, these balance sheets are remarkably, just diametrically different. A software company versus a capital-intensive, highly indebted airline, and that's a tactical opportunity. And I know you've done that with what is it, the Titan company. There are also opportunities out there, and I think you've been doing this, and I'm doing it too, of looking at great companies for the long term. That you're just looking at these multiples and saying it's not very often you get great companies at great prices. I mean, one that I'm buying today, and maybe we'll talk about it later. I hope I'm not front running. Is Disney? There's no catalyst here. There's no catalyst, but there's no catalyst.
Thanks
to
for
it.
front running a nice segment that we were going to do, but that's okay. Continue.
Okay.
Good stuff. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Disney's not down on AI, and people think that the It's a Small World ride is going to be replaced by AI, but it is down with the market overall. So what I'm saying here is there are two opportunities. There are the tactical, which I see Josh doing with CBRE right now, and there's the opportunity to get great brands, great companies at great prices. Doesn't happen very often.
Okay, you go ride in the teacups for a little bit. Let me.
Can I give you one little point
Another
first?
one? Are you going to front run something else?
No, I'm going to back run something.
You're going to
Okay.
front
You
run
have to
something
have
else
capital
today?
with which to do this. I entered this year, Scott, you'll remember, I trimmed Citigroup and Google. At the time, I didn't have anything to do with it. I was waiting for this moment. These are great opportunities.
All right, well, Josh, I'll come back to you in a moment, but I want to hear from Amy because it plays right into what she's doing as well. Where you look at the declines that we've seen in software, year to date, flat out ugly, right? Some of the biggest declines we've seen for a sector like this in 30 years.
It just sucks that it's February. It's still very early year to date, but yeah, I don't disagree. That's why I said I'd have an idea, but you make your plan because there is just so many names that are down 30%. It's just really early, so you have more downside or quicker bounces, but you have a plan, you do it, you prepare, Habibi, you think a lot. That's the thing though. Everything he said, it's not a forever hold. I mean, I'm got to think 10 years out, man. 10 years out. Is that it's hard though. Act as if you cannot change your mind before you make your decision. It's all you got to do. All you got to do, bro. Every month AI is fake or too real. I think it's real, bro. I think the way we described it a couple weeks ago, the AI cannibalism trade. The first part was everybody said it's a fake. NVIDIA is faking their earnings. It's fake. It's a Ponzi scheme. And then circular, and now we're like AI actually keeps working. And then now it's starting to eat itself a little bit. But at the same time too, I think the real thing is accessibility. Because for now, like, think about it. How many of you guys see it when we have these talks? Some of you guys are like, I don't know anything about this. Some of you are like, oh, I know a little. Some of you are like, I know everything. It's bullshit. Some of you are like, I know everything. It's the best. And there's all, like, right now there's still a learning curve, and then there's still accessibility. The thing we said last night, and this is going to be I guess one of my predictions moving forward, that this is one wave that we're going through now. But there's going to be another wave once it becomes like iPhone accessible. That's when AI, that's when the world will like really change. Is that once you're able to fucking get, like, imagine if you could get a Claude bot, a Molt bot, whatever you want to call it. It has so many names. But imagine all these other developments when you could get them like you could get a fucking app or like a phone. You click a couple buttons, swipe a couple times, and then boom, now you could compete with whatever it is you were trying to create, have an assistant, call it whatever you want. But like shit like that when it hits that accessibility mode, that's when things are going to change a little bit more. And that's where you're going to start getting more winners and losers, but also more productivity. That's where things get crazy. So yeah, but that's like, right now there's still like accessibility. Right now, you only have so many people that are, the learning curve is much more different, and then it still takes some work, takes some technical skill. The stage we're at now is that even if you don't have it, you could somewhat learn it pretty quick. But we're not at the stage where like where the boomer, imagine a boomer could get Claude bot in 5 minutes. That's when you're gonna go through another little shift here. So I don't know if that's going to happen at this point, the rate of development. We don't know if this is going to happen in a fucking month. We don't know if this is going to happen in another 2 to 3 years. So, but that is something to kind of think about. Like right now, and that's why I think the market's looking ahead, but you've gotten a lot of things and it's looking ahead to the future, but it's not fully accessible. High ticker is fully gassing, my friends. So you're getting a baby melt up. I don't know, bro. It sucks because this is like what? This is the high of the Google shit yesterday. So, I mean, you might have 6,900 might be in play if you could like really break above here. I think the crazy part is you still got this. Bonds stop moving, but you have staples. You got kind of everything going up, man. NVIDIA. It's still early. 9:30, 9:14. Ain't seen no wires, and then I heard boom from the amplifiers. Long-term stocks with the pimped out mobots ain't got no job because AI hits it. Can't pay my rent because there's deflation and shit. But that's okay. My Moltbot works. It works. No? Okay. I still fly by Moltbot. The multis. I wanted to set up a Moltbot for my mom, but she wouldn't let me. Said, damn. Corsair. They had good earnings, and then people are like loosely tying it into the memory shortage. They're saying because they build computers and deal with memory, so I think it's kind of a stretch, but good earnings, and it's going to catch some people on that on the back end. It held up, but it didn't really do the Fastly move, but give it a little bit, maybe towards the end of the day. And then Fastly kept going, and SPY hit that high, and then would come down. It's moving slow, though. As I said, it's a very slow pace, but it kept a lot of the premiums up. Ooh, the new house, baby! I love it, bro. I hope you've been keeping along with the value, man, in the long term. That's kind of where it's been. There's been a lot of crazy AI software stuff this week. The last couple weeks we've been talking about, but the latest long-term purchases would have insulated you from a lot of this stuff, man. But congratulations, a crib, baby. Are we doing this again? I feel like even in the midst of this little software decline, I feel like there's been a Chad house purchase at least once a week now. That's crazy considering, the shit was been slow. People were freaking out. Existing home sales dropped the most since 2022, and then the only other time they were that low was 2002. So I don't know if you do you guys know why? So it is because of rates and all these other things, and real estate's slow, but there's something weird going on with real estate, and it kind of makes a lot of sense. The data that came in, it was existing home sales. Let me see if I can show you the chart. But I stay fly. You did a show with Manny Fresh? With the Manny Fresh. How is he? How old is Manny now, bro? It's amazing. Remember Manny Fresh. Oh yeah, well you used the long term for the crib. Amen. That's good, bro. I love it. I'm down, bro. You're cooking. Yeah, see, I'm not. I'll come. I could bring like an apple cider. I could bring something. I could bring some or like deviled eggs. You know that I could bring you some deviled eggs. Yeah, I'm a big fan of those. But yeah, you're gonna have to flex on me with the cooking, bro. IBM and Snow. Let me see existing. But no, there's a fascinating trend. I shared this with you guys the other day. Is this a good time to sell a house? No. It's a good time to buy a house. Because it's a buyer's market. You know what I'm saying? But it's not really a good time to sell a house. Because, you're going to get a little less than you did prior, but... We go straight to the long term and turn out the inside. Long term stocks. So, $223,000 homes. It's the lowest since like 2021 or 2020. Was it 2024 then? But then, yeah, 2002. That was the last time you were in the like 230,000s. Very low number, bro. This is not seasonally adjusted. Literally, one of the lowest existing home sales in 20 years. Right? So, is this bad? Or what is going on? It's kind of Freakonomics. It's pretty fascinating. Oh, where's the other chart? Oh, well, there's that Redfin chart I showed you guys the other day. It's really crazy because think about how the rates has been. Think about where things have been at. And like how, again, higher for longer. SPY's kind of ripping a little. IGV's breaking out again. Well, think about it. It's not jobs. I mean, jobs is obviously plays a role with real estate, but there's something pretty trippy about it. It's because new home sales. So, like, people are looking at the existing home sales, and they're like, oh my gosh, it hasn't sold like this since the 1999, 2000s. It's terrible. But the prices are still elevated. But now, no, think about the rates. The houses that secured low rates, they are existing homes. So essentially, all the, like, I think right now over 60% of mortgages are around 4% or lower. So that's an existing home. People are not going to sell their it's the golden handcuffs dynamic, where it's like people may want to, unless they get offered a way better deal and find a way better house, or they have to, they're not going to sell that home. That's why you had it for the first time ever in history. You had more new home sales, or you had new home sales going up more than the existing home sales. People were buying more new homes than they were old homes, because the old homes that already exist, is there Trump looking at prime minister for Iraq will need aircraft carrier if no deal with Iran. Second carrier just arrived in Gulf. Russia wants a deal. Zelensky has to get moving. Where is homeboy, bro? Well, yeah, you're still melting away. Well, no, dude, they're fighting the bill for the companies not buying. You know that? There's people in Congress who aren't really down with it. Where is homeboy? I don't know if he's like. You're getting the comments again. Oh, that was Witkoff who said that? Mine shows that as Trump. They have moments ago clip on Fox News, but no live. Remember, I think that's where those first ones came. Cable TV. But yeah, that's kind of why we're getting so like I think that trend might continue until rates go down. So like I don't know, I think jobs, and if we really get a bigger decline in jobs, I think that will I really think that'll start to affect like a bigger change in real estate. But like essentially if we play this for another year, I think new home sales are going to be the real driver of real estate, because most people don't want to sell an existing home. That's what's making the prices still stay up, though. Are you guys understanding the dynamic? So think about it. This is what happened in 2019, but obviously it was a different situation with like rates and all of that. But essentially it's the low inventory again. So you have people now, they don't want to sell their existing home. The inventory is going to stay very, very low. And they don't want to sell it because their rate's so low. The rates are still high. Unless they could find a better new deal. So the next couple of months, it's probably going to be new home sales. That's what's driving a lot of the better deals in real estate, or at the very least, like I've told you guys, that's the only way if you want below 5-6%, So I've seen people pull off the craziest interest rates with the new build. That's kind of what's been going there. But that being said, I still think it is I do think it is still a buyer's market now, because now the existing home sale that wants a lot, they have to compete with a new home. And that new home is going to have probably 50% less interest. Again, a 6.5% mortgage on an existing home versus a 5 or a 4.5 coming from a new build. And then again, if the prices are similar, but very, very fascinating. But yeah, it's rates and inventory, essentially. The age-old debate, but now there's just a big portion of America that they either have no mortgage or they have a mortgage that's really low. Jimmy says Trump scheduled for Liberty at 1:30. What time is it now? 12:30? If Iran talks are unsuccessful, it'll be bad for Iran. Iran. Trumperoon. $2.875 for the first year. What does it go to after that? That's insane. Iran, not Iran. What are you talking about? You want to make a Bitcoin miner? No, I talk about Iran. Iran. So confusing. Do you think the advancements of potential white-collar jobs will drop home prices? No one will be able to afford? I mean, I think it's going to be bumpy. That's kind of what most people expect with it. And that's probably once we get to, like, AGI. But, like, I mean, AI, if it really works genuinely, it's very deflationary. So there's going to be boom and bust. But then, I don't know if... I think Elon talked about it the other day. But essentially, like... I think the first moment of like a real AI deflation, you guys know what they're going to do, right? They're probably just going to print a bunch of money and lower rates, but it's going to be bumpy. It'll kind of, you're going to get a lot of swings to begin, but at the same respect, I think in a world of AI, I believe that hard assets, real assets are very valuable. That's what because again, you'll be able to do everything. And then they'll be able to build homes, but then again, there's a lot of laws in building, regulation, zoning. That's kind of how we got to this situation we're in now. But yeah, I mean, AI, it's funny, we were just talking deflation. It's funny, that whole deflation conversation may have seemed outplaced a couple weeks ago, but I think it really played out. Yours is 275, then 375, then 475, and locked at 499. That's not bad at all. That's crazy. 275. So yeah, first couple years. That's amazing actually. Because then even at 5 back in 2019, 5 even was like kind of normal, and it seemed, or that would have, people used to think 5.5 was higher, but then again, if you ever get like any sort of if you get any sort of big bond drop, you could, in that next 30 years, you'll be able to refinance and then lock in maybe a sub 4 or even a 3 if it gets really bad. But yeah, that's fucking fire, dude. That's amazing. I ran so far away. This is a good deal. They give you discount. Did you say give me best discount? And they say okay. I see. Wow. 275. See, but that's the crazy part, because like that's what people are going through right now. So like the same house you would want to buy. Let's go to the mortgage calculator. We'll put 450,000. Yeah, dude, that's crazy. So, like, think about it. If you wanted to buy a new build for $450,000, say you put 10% down, at $275,000, your payment is $2,000. Right? It'll cap at $499,000. So your payment will cap at $2,500, assuming your taxes and other stuff don't go up. But then if you're like, I want to get an existing home for the same price, you're going to be at like $6,200. That's $800. That's 30% more. That's crazy. So yeah, it's a great deal. Yeah, $800, bro. Habibi, le queda. Very big difference. That's a car. That's a lot of things. That's $800 a month. And again, now go higher and higher. The higher you go up in amounts, same exact thing happens. So that you're saving way more on like the jumbo loans. But that's what I was saying. Like the new, that's what I think people are going to go through. I think a lot more people are getting turned on to the new home builders, and then the existing homes. They're still good, but it's not the mortgages around them are a little bit more difficult. I don't think rates will ever go back to zero unless we had a real like deflationary spiral due to AI. Because again, that's what, like, I don't know. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah. I don't know. I made a video on it a couple weeks ago. I just don't think dude, you know, the media is a real dog shit, dude. Because again, everybody kept saying dollar declining, hyperinflation, tariffs, but like if we get real AI technology stuff, you know, it's very deflationary. So this is the age-old discussion people have. It's actually very fascinating. Are you ready for this? So this is fishing. This is in India. But this is one of many examples, but this is the one people talk about a lot. This was the price of like fish before phones got added in various fishing industries. So the price would skyrocket up and down 10, 20%. People were losing 10, 20% of their inventory due to waste and all these other things, right? And then they got phones, cell phones. So what happened after cell phones were introduced? The prices declined and then stabilized. Why? Because now you were able to communicate. You were able to now not waste the food. You were able to coordinate inventories and all these other factors. And then that that's technology. There's literally deflation through technology. And yeah, now you could see what it was worth. You could see who had stuff. You could communicate, trade with others, and then it became more efficient. When you had more efficiency and less waste, prices go down. It's not like prices go up. Like, think about it. What makes prices go up, right? And then you're telling me too that AI is going to alter your labor. And again, everything I'm talking about, you guys asked. I'm not trying to. This is not going to fucking happen tomorrow. I hope you're aware of that. This is like real, like AGI. Real AI is out in the wild, fucking doing things. But do you get what I'm saying? Yeah, this has happened before. This isn't like it. That's from just the iPhone. That's what happened. And there's many examples like that. But the whole idea is that these developments, like a real technological development that makes things more efficient and less wasteful, it is deflationary. It brings down prices and whatever it's being applied to. The phone you were able to apply it to a lot of things. So, but like especially like physical industries and certain like trade, it helped out a lot, and that was good for everybody. I mean, think about it. Even though the prices were lower for the suppliers, they weren't wasting anything anymore. So now instead of having to fish and waste money, they were able to actually sell it, and that's why they were able to sell it at a much better price. And then the supply, and then it was stable, but it was also, there was a lot of the supply, and that's where, but it wasn't up 10, down 20, up 20, down 30. So, and that's what I think was going to happen is, eventually if there really is the AI effect, you're going to get you're going to get like deflation at a time that'll be more aggressive, and then people are going to respond to it, and then it'll stabilize until the point it actually just is now able to really provide and offer that benefit, and then it just levels out. Ta-da! I don't know, man. So I was surprised. Dude, we were just talking about this damn deflation. It was funny. It was only like 2 weeks ago, but I think it hit a little different. I think with the software stuff, but at the time, like, people were really, they were focused on a different element of it. Let me see if I could get to it. Yeah. No. Yeah. No. Ah, you guys don't remember this?
And once again, everybody is talking
11 days ago? Are you fucking kidding me?
And now more than ever, they're talking about something.
Why everybody is wrong about the dollar collapsing.
Unfortunately, I think there is a giant elephant in the room that we need to talk about, because if you really know what's going on,
stabilize until the point it actually...
none of this stuff, man. This is not screaming hyperinflation, and thankfully, you guys kind of all got to live through it recently. So I got a macroeconomic video for you. We'll go back to the computer and talk about a couple of stuff.
Why does it say live?
I really hope that you guys understand this, and it's not about buying gold or silver. You know, I bought this stuff 10 years ago. It was definitely not worth anywhere near what it's close to today. But yeah, this is a very interesting phenomenon already. What silver has done has been actually unlike any other year in history, any other rally going back to like the 1800s. It's absolutely insane. But what this means for the monetary system, the financial system, the banking system, it's something you should pay attention to. And like I'm saying, you are not without examples. And I really do hope I can refresh some people's memory. So let's get into it.
So the dollar is the first place we need to start, ladies and gentlemen, because this is where the current narrative is developing from, and quite frankly, where everything went down last time. So what I'm talking about is the last bout of hyperinflation that most of us ever experienced. You may not even call it hyperinflation, but for a lot of people during 2020 to the last few years, that was the first time we got to really experience inflation. House prices went up, car prices went up, goods, services, you name it. This is something that I think we all have a shared experience in. And then as of recently, started 2025, you had Donald Trump come in, the dollar started declining. People were more focused on tariffs and everything that was going on last year. But now, as of recently, to start off 2026, oil's still going up. Recently hit a low, and it is now back to levels that we haven't seen from 2022. You pair this up with the massive move in gold, the massive move in silver, you are getting people talk about a currency debasement. And really what they're coming back to is saying the dollar is weakening, our dollar is dying, therefore the currency is being debased. But this is what I want you to see. What happened last time you had your currency debased? So this is the main point of the video, because it seems like a lot of people have forgotten what happened the last time we had a currency debasement and a big effect with inflation and really what it all meant. But once again, there was another side of the coin. But this is what I want you to realize. When you finally went through crazy inflation, inflation was rising do your as high push-ups as while 9%. This is playing. Your dollar did not decline.
Tell him,
dollar
Josh from 11 days ago.
So this is where a lot of people talking about the dollar going down, we are going to get hyperinflation. I wouldn't be so quick to say that just yet. Maybe we'll get a follow-up where the dollar declines and then it goes up, and then we could talk about that. But here's the deal. What happened before that? And this, I believe, is kind of the main issue that a lot of people need to focus on, and it is something called deflation. So I don't know if you remember what happened on March 2020, all the way to around like May of 2020, and then really till the end of 2020, we shut down the entire economy. That was due to COVID, and you could argue that was one of the most deflationary events. I don't know if you recall, people did not want to buy houses. Yeah, the market dropped and then came up, and a lot of people got into the stock market, but for a good amount of time, houses weren't selling. This was the last time you were actually seeing even cheap home prices. Again, the price of goods and services, they all depended on what you could get, but it wasn't like you were getting a lot of activity, even though they printed some money. You had Donald Trump print around here, and then Biden came in, and then he printed as well, and then the Fed did their thing. But before you knew it, once you started to get inflation, once the prices started going up, the used cars, the houses, you name it, that correlated with a stronger dollar, not a weaker dollar. So what I'm trying to say in this video is that when you start seeing gold and silver go crazy and we start to see the dollar decline, my first worry is not hyperinflation. My first worry is not we are about to get an inflationary boom. Actually, my first worry is that if the economy doesn't hold up, employment, labor, all these factors they just printed with the BBB, if all these things don't play out, I am thinking about deflation. Why? Because we have a very recent example that just had that happen, and right now, actually, the irony, I think this is the reason why gold and silver is going up, and I think this is the country that has the most to lose depending on what happens with our dollar and our economy. And what I'm talking about is China. So what I want you to see here now is the...
All right. Okay, a little 5 minute deflation refresher. Quick one.
But yeah, though, that's what I'm saying, though. And I guess how this month played out, I mean, we were talking about, I was telling you that the week before. I got the video out on the 1st, but I don't know. Does it seem a little bit more plausible now? I think there was a little friction in the beginning, but I do think I think we got a little mini taste of it. But that's why too, though. All of this is very future. That's just the crazy part. I think depending on how AI develops, that's going to be the difference between like noticing this quickly or playing out at a much later time. So yeah, bro. But that's just, you got to consider both sides. I'm not saying it's only going to be deflation, but like I was telling you, I think a couple weeks ago, all you were hearing was hyperinflation, again, gold, silver, but I think we just got a nice little crash course in it, like literally software crash course. Ta-da! Brought to you by Long Term Monthly. Pay yourself first. Speaking of which, where are the savings? SanDisk keeps going up. I feel like it does that on Fridays. Last Friday it did that early in the morning and then faded. Staples are actually still going. Now I could sleep. It's good. Did it help with your sleep, bro? I know people, if you're not on Long Term Monthly, depending on what you're trading, it's very insomniac. It would end there. It makes it more expensive. The Fed will sit around while AI bankrupts the system. Well, that's where that's what I was saying. It's going to be bumpy, and you're right. It does make debt more expensive. But at the same time, like someone was just asking what I think would happen to real estate. And it all depends on like AI really working too. That's what I hate talking about it because it's like we're talking about it now. This may not happen for another 5 years, 10 years even. Who knows? It could happen sooner. It could happen later. And that's something you have to really respect. But if it did happen, or, assuming it did and you got to that point where you actually triggered more of a deflationary move or like a baby spiral or it started hitting things, what do you think the first thing people would do? The first thing governments would do? Well, what's the first thing the Fed would do? If you again, let me put it this way. What did they do in COVID? It's March 2020. The moment they were like, close the fucking economy. Holy shit. What was the first thing they did? That's why people praised Jerome Powell. Because he did do it quickly. Right when the deflation actually was there. Again, what's deflationary? People weren't working. The economy wasn't moving. You had debt. Again, that's where the debt would have been overloaded. Think about COVID. You had an example. Because the debt was really high. People had to pay their payments. They had to pay their rent, their mortgages. Companies still had to pay their bonds. But now their jobs, nobody was working. So what did they do? They suspended payments. They suspended rent moratorium. They gave people money. And then Powell cut rates to 0 in the course of a week or two. Immediately. So they had both government and the Fed right away did something to and then again, it worked. But then it led to that inflation. So that's what I'm saying. That's probably going to be what they're going to do at the first real sign of it. Not even the real sign, the real impact of it. That's a better way to put it. So it's like the first time you actually trip out on AI and they're like, oh my gosh, it does everything. We hit the singularity, AGI, whatever it is, to the point where it really knocks off jobs. It really panics people, really changes the economy. That's probably going to be the first order of action from the government and everybody else, because they're going to be like, what are we going to do? I have to make payments. If everybody loses their job, the fucking clawbot or whatever it's called in the next 10 years, that would probably be the reaction. But that's why I'm saying, though, a lot of people, I don't know why people ignore this. And that's what I was saying just even 2 weeks ago. More people are conditioned for hyperinflation, which makes sense. Why? Because that's what happened to the Germans. After Germany's first inflation, people having wheelbarrows of money. Most of you guys listening right now, in your recent memory, you can imagine, even though you got to experience that little period of deflation, that was only 4 or 5 months of deflation. And then you saw the reaction. But most of you remember graphics cards, Bitcoin, houses, used cars, all these other things starting to go up. That's what you remember. So that's why when we see certain things, people are naturally inclined in the short run to be like, yeah, that's fucking inflation, no matter what it is. I'm muted. I'm chewing something. I got me some protein, bro. I didn't want to bother you. Deflation makes me want protein. Was that the right order of operations? Stop payments, cut rates, print money? I don't know. I think if we really wanted to retroactively look at it, that's why I like, what's his name? Kevin Hassett. Because I agree with Kevin Hassett. I think the real answer was you shouldn't have shut down the economy. That's it. Maybe you could have done it for a couple of weeks, but that probably was it. So honestly, no, I would say, like now looking back at it, I guess you could say that it wasn't the right move at all. And that's what would probably happen, is that you would move to, they would probably do that again with the AI deflation, but those actions would cause inflation for a little bit, and it would help people out until the point they figured out something. And that's why people believe inflation, or AI would lead to like a universal basic income. Because then they try it, it probably won't work the same way like COVID did. And then they're going to be like, okay, you don't have to pay for this, or we're going to give you X amount. But then again, that sounds crazy. But also at the same time, that would be assuming you live in a world where things can be created at higher quality for less money. Does that make sense? That's where the deflation would come from. Because then you would have these robots or whatever it is at this point being able to have output and create you food, even shelter maybe, again, energy, gas, transportation, you name it, all these different things. If it could do that at a higher output, higher quality, or similar quality, but now at dramatically low price, just like that fishing chart, where it's like the technology comes in, stabilizes the price, and now you're getting the same thing or better, but now it just doesn't cost you anything. So then that way it still would be a little different. So yeah,
Ta-da! Here, let me finish my probe, bro. Come on.
Put your moderate to severe volatility in check with long-term once-monthly savings and high-quality ownership. Before I started using long-term monthly, I was an absolute degenerate who couldn't sleep because they said don't hold overnight. Now I could sleep. My husband said he was investing for our future, but he was just gambling at 8 in the morning. But now, thanks to long-term monthly, we're about to buy our second home.
Before taking long-term monthly, I used to get really bothered by the politics on the television and YouTube. Now, I don't care who's president. I know I'm still going to make a profit and have a financial future.
Long-term can lower your ability to blow up your account. Before treatment, watch trading fraternity and stock market live videos. Serious faith, hope, and love might occur. For patients above 20, discipline and goals are a common side effect. Nausea, upset stomach, and diarrhea may occur if you are trading in your long-term account. Consult your broker and ask them why they are charging you above the Fed's funds rate to hold your money. Long-term monthly is not a one-time treatment and will have to be kept up for several years. Long-term monthly. Pay yourself first.
Hey, man, thank you. See, and that you're right. The protein brought to you by long-term monthly, man. Thank you. The people want it. Long-term monthly is it works in deflation. They don't feel me. They don't feel me. Excuse me. But yeah, Chad, not bad. Nice little mini econ lesson. Oh, I gotta set up the philo. Bam, ba, bam, ba, bam, bam. Y'all ready for this? Bow now, now, long-term stocks down, now, now, long. Everybody, long-term. But does this scare you or does it get you excited? I get excited by all of this. I don't know. But then again, too, though, this is like I said, I love talking about it, but then I don't. Because a lot of the times, bro, when people like hear about it, everybody thinks this is like, it's hard to talk about it now and then think that it's gonna like, it's just, we don't know when it's gonna happen, to be honest with you. But it's like, everybody thinks it's like quick. I don't know how to describe, it's just the timing of it. But then again, that's why I always tell you got to know the what, not when. That's what Buffett said. And then avoid stupidity. You know, that's what I think is one of the biggest lies right now, because everyone's telling you have to hyper gamble to avoid all of this, or you're gonna get left behind. You must never go outside and begin coding. But it's like, I don't think that's true. I think that you are gonna be in a much better situation if you position and prepare correctly by owning the right diversified mix of assets, and then don't fuck your shit up before it happens. Even with any volatility in the market right now, as long as you don't just don't blow your shit right now. As long as you don't lose it. If you avoid stupid, you would be, again, think about how COVID played out. That's it. If you didn't panic in COVID, we had a long term in COVID. You even got opportunities to play it afterwards. But as long as you get yourself in the right, you'll have good confidence, you have good protection now, and you're not blowing the opportunity by taking an extreme amount of risk that when there is any short-term stuff, you get clobbered by it. That's the part that I think, a lot of people are missing out on. Do. As a recovering doomer, I'm super excited. I might have to get that in a long-term monthly ad. Yeah, it's super exciting. That's what I'm saying. It's just the timing, though. That's what the part I don't like about it is that it like all kind of sounds like a pipe dream. That it's all just very, very, very in the future. Or it could happen tomorrow. I don't know. That's why every fucking day with these updates, it's like, come on, man. We don't really know. Pay yourself first.
Do 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 do. Alright, we got 5 more minutes. Remember, Intuit and Adobe, they both didn't go down as much the last 2 days. While some of those other ones moved. It's chill though. I can't believe it's already philo. So it's slow, man. Slow as it kind of gives you the Friday vibe, but yeah, you're just kind of chilling. Chilling. Bum, 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 bum. Never doomed, dude. You got a long term. Alright. We're almost ready. Actually, I want to show you one more. I need to show you one more video. Because I was looking at it yesterday. This is the rebuild. And that something like have the same opportunity and deals, and it could be very discouraging. Got a lead this year. This should sound familiar. To follow along, I could drive under the tree and finish the video. I think that still works. So, like I was saying, man, it only takes one time a month, if that, to follow along. And we have a plan. We've been executing this plan live for everybody. And I want it easy to digest. I want it easy to get. We have so many ways to do it just because anybody can really do it at any scale. We got a lead this year by preparing and going slow like we always did, and we talked about keeping that lead, and we did, and we built up cash and all that. So I used it on Intel, and we're gonna still be following along with that plan. But what I really want to highlight is that this is easy to get, it's easy to digest, and now we are rebuilding one of these accounts. So if you felt like you missed out on anything, this is the opportunity to really get involved, and I hope that you do. And it, just like I'm saying, it reminds me of my sister, you know, and we built Colt Sister. This account has done phenomenal, and why this account is inspiring, because she never ever raised the deposit. She kept it at $200 over the last couple years. She only wanted to start at the top like everybody else. She quit when it went down, and thankfully, you know, autopilot and simple, you know, once a month. Obviously, I'm the one who helped her with it, but that is what kept her in the game even this year. And this year has been extremely difficult, and this is why I want it to be so easy and digestible, because a lot of people freaked out. There's been a lot of false market narratives, and it has cost a lot of people, even my own sister. At the beginning of the year, you know, she sent me all of this, and I know maybe I sound a certain way. It's funny, like back then maybe I sounded arrogant like a jackass, but at the end of the day, it really had the world's difference, not only in her performance if she left out and like actually ran away from the market like she wanted to, versus just like I'm saying, this is who I'm thinking about, the hope for people who want to get started. And when they, you know, if you waited for things to get stable, now everything is a lot more expensive, and you don't have the same opportunity and deals, and it could be very discouraging. And right now with all-time highs, people think they can't do it or start. I disagree, and that's what I'm saying. I really want you to follow along, because there is still deals, and we can start and build and do exactly what got us in the lead and what has been keeping us there. So I hope you guys all follow along. And like I'm saying, now we added Intel. I've always liked this one. I bought it at the end of last. I wanted to be this
Again, bro, the lag. I know.
CEO, believe it or not. Now we got a farm. But we like this one, and I even thought I would be buying this towards the end of the year or next year. A lot of people would ask me about it, and I would say, Intel's like a 2026 name. That's probably how long it'll take for Liputan to turn it around, and now
there's value, bro. Not anything's expensive. I was begging, but no, the whole point was this. You had what's it called? You had the names, like, it's crazy how the time frame, and that's why though, even listening to though, if you wait to the stabilization, like, it is a little different, and that's why, like, that was a big difference last year, and that's why I was even saying today, bro, like, you got a plan, let your portfolio speak. If you need some of that growth and everything else, you could utilize it, but like, you don't want to wait too long, and you got to just make a decision while it's in front of you. But then also too, last year, the big problem, I think, for a lot of people, like, if it wasn't the politics, if it wasn't having, a lot of fear propaganda, it was thinking everything was too expensive. And like, that just wasn't the case. That wasn't reality. That's why, and now fast forward to this year, 1 year now, it's like you're watching, that was even like 6 months ago, really, August, 7 months ago. So it's just like you're watching it in a different time frame now, where it's like those names that were cheap while the SPY was still up, the SPY is still up, but now a different set of names move. So if you focus on that, that's why, again, I was telling you, I've been looking at software still, and now we're going to go through this, whatever happens with AI or not, but it's like you want to take advantage of what is in front of you at that time. Intel was one of those, and then all the other follow-up plays, we still kept buying the names that were trading at a good deal. That's what I was saying even this morning. Like, the danger of a lot of things is going for the now. What do I buy now? What do I buy now? Yeah, well, I think the big part was just, again, people were really, the tariff stuff was, tariffs did have some effect, but it wasn't as bad as everybody was saying. That was it. I was even shocked at the tariffs in the beginning of the year last year, when it was like, we were like, damn, that's a bomb. That's a really big tariff rate. But then, as we got through it, it was just like, what do you guys remember what I was telling you last year about tariffs? I said it in the video too, but the other video, tariffs are deflationary. Ironically enough, we come back to this point called deflation. So it's like, that's where it was just like, wait a minute, people were worried about inflation. People were worried about investing. That's why it got people really hesitant. There was like this, it always felt like something was lurking last year. And that's why a lot of people kind of, they didn't want to go after it. And then by the time they were like, okay, it's not that bad, stocks were up 30%, 20%. But then while stocks were up 30%, there was a bunch of names that were down 30%. There was a bunch of names that were still trading lower, some even below book value, like Intel and TAP, right? So it's like, now take all of that and now apply it to right now. That right there was going to help you out a ton. You have politics, you got AI drama, you're going to have the midterms, and then now you have one set of names that is going up. Everyone's now focusing on that. You get a little bit of drama. The question you should be asking yourself, is that drama real, or is it kind of being overblown? And then in the midst of that, where is the deal? Where is the value? And is that stuff going to be able to last and stay alive? And try not to apply it to the lens of, will it be alive after tariffs or alive after AI, but like just in the longevity and quality of company. And then, and that's what we're doing, the same thing. That's why, again, I go through it. I'm like, dude, we had the cash. We were waiting. We'd buy a couple while it was there. We'd wait. We're in the lead. We're doing good. You let it come to you, man. And then you'll be able to go. It's slow. So slow. So, Chatadonia. That being said, decent talk on the markets. Very slow day here, but not compared to the drama of every other day. Happy Friday the 13th. Ooh, what a Peter Parkour. We're going to move to Philo now. So if you guys would like to talk about the Lord, your Savior,
I would love to have a chat with you about it. Some of you may not like it. Yesterday we did Greek mythology, but I had to delete it because I had too heavy of tinfoil for some of you. And you know, I'm coming off a Twitter ban. I gotta move carefully. You know what I'm saying, bro? I don't, unless, I mean, shit, if I get banned, bro, I'm going to Cancun. I kind of want to go to Africa. I want to go on a safari. You know, maybe we go to the Palace of Versailles. But either way, I love you. And I hope you have a good Friday, a good weekend. Remember, the market is closed on Monday. And if you want to join, I'll see you there. The chat will be open for Philo. So enjoy it. Make the most of it. And God bless America. I'll see you guys there. Peace.